that is the leadership there in getting to use the main primal tool that God has blessed you with, which is it's not your phone, it's not your laptop, it's your mouth.
Yeah.
Right? And this is
Yeah.
why I look at, like, I say this all the time, the game is too easy right now. If people from 30, 40, 50 years ago who were great leaders, people like Marcus Garvey, people like Martin Luther King, imagine what it would have been like even in history with, some of the great leaders that were building movements without even microphones. Just imagine how passionate and inspired they would have been when they were using their voice to communicate. And they brought that to social media now, and we're just going live like every single day. I mean, it would be game over. People would be fully.
Can you imagine like Nelson Mandela on social media?
Could you imagine
That'd
like
be
him
the
just
epic with it.
like being in prison, being like, "Yo, guys," in a South African accent. Um, All right, welcome back again to Mo's Flow, the show where souls grow and hearts glow. And in today's episode, what I wanted to touch on is something that I'm just super inspired to share with you right now after doing quite a bit of healing, reflecting, and digesting the divine downloads that I've been receiving through revelation over the last couple of days. And it genuinely feels like, to describe it, it's like I've just had a major epiphany in this particular area, likened to the one that I had a few years ago around when I understood how I could transform my life with the God Life program and then put that out for other people, which was to this day probably one of my most impactful courses, programs that I've ever created, of which people have given me as feedback. And so the reason for why I believe that it was so impactful was not that it came from myself, but it came from source, and it came from a higher intelligence through me accessing the intelligence within. So higher intelligence, divine intelligence. So what I'm sharing today is going to be around something that is somewhat businessy, but also there's quite a lot of life lessons here that you can apply to make your life better. And so where I want to start with this is that, when I first got into the online space and began my entrepreneurial journey, what I remember is this idea being given to me by the people who introduced me to the whole world and were putting out like all of their success on social media for me to see, and were living a better lifestyle from what I could personally see, where they had freedom of time, so they could do whatever they wanted whenever they wanted to. They had freedom of location freedom. They could literally travel wherever they wanted to travel to. And I thought that was epic as someone who had barely traveled to any country by myself and was stuck in this box like every single day, working 9 to 5, and was pretty miserable doing so for a limited paycheck. And that was like the final part of the freedom piece, which was the financial freedom, where I saw people who were earning lots of money, and it became normal for people to be making like 5 figures a month through their online businesses. So when I was exposed to all of that, like my desire for this type of lifestyle was really awakened, because it was always something that was in me, but I just didn't even know that this was possible, because I hadn't put myself in a community, in an environment of people who were winning like that and were experiencing having everything that they wanted to in their life. So for for myself, like this idea of freedom became something that I started to obsess about. And I was doing my best in order to catch up with what I saw online. As someone who was just a beginner, never had really much business experience, and as someone who had a lot of, you could say, motivation back then, and a lot of desire within that was fueling me to embarrass myself and be willing to do things terribly to begin with, publicly, have myself feel that humiliation, etc. So it was that freedom initially that was like really driving me forwards. And fast forward to later on in the future, where I've been able to actually experience more and more of that freedom that was initially given to me. I remember like the first time where I was traveling to a different country, and I think it was Morocco. And I remember the first time I woke up and it was like literally the perfect day that I experienced, of which I written down when I was first getting started, because when I was being helped initially by one of my coaches that I was working with, they told me that I should do this exercise. It's called the perfect day exercise. And so how it works is that all you do is you just write out as much detail as you possibly can, and you write out what is your perfect day. So that's what I did. I wrote out like what my perfect day was. And I wrote out things like, I just want to wake up at the beach. I want to be able to go to the gym. I want to be able to eat nice food. I want to be in a hot country. I want to do so with my family. I want to be able to do a little bit of business work, come back, and then at nighttime, just go out and enjoy the culture in the city. And, I experienced that one time. And I remember when I was experiencing it, I was like, wow, this is incredible, because not only have I been able to make this all happen, but it's just shown me how quickly that this is something that can be possible. Now, at that time, like I wasn't really doing that great in my business, but it just showed me that this lifestyle wasn't really as far away as I thought it was going to be. And again, like some of the advice that was given by my mentor was like, before you get to the point where you've made 5 figures, 6 figures, and you're just getting started, like you actually want to go and experience these goals and dreams that you have for yourself. So if you have a dream, you have a goal to be in a different country, you want to move to that country and be able to live there full time, or you want to be able to own a certain vehicle and car, then the best thing that you can actually do for yourself is go and drive that car right now. Go and take it for a test drive, because it's completely free to do so. Or go on the vacation just for one day and experience the fullness of what it'd be like to have the perfect day. Because what it does for you is it does something for your subconscious mind, and it really allows for this new memory to be created. So when you're working towards something, it doesn't actually feel like you don't have the belief that it's possible, but you believe that like I can close this gap because I know it's real. And your body just starts to naturally feel as though it wants to go and experience what is that new standard. So it's almost like once you've had a taste of it, it fuels the desire. So this is a really good exercise for yourself right now. Like if you haven't actually got yourself to a point where you feel as though you have a lot of burning desire within that's propelling you forwards to the goals that you want to be at, this is a great exercise to do. So the idea with it is that you start off by just doing it like once, and then you build up with progression. So maybe like you have one perfect day in your first year. Just once is enough. And it doesn't need to require a huge budget or anything like that, but you can do it in a way that's affordable. The next year, ideally, you want to have got more success, more results, and more achievements through your business. So then the next year you can double it up. You can do 2 perfect days. And not only could you do higher volume, but you could also do like having a perfect day that's a better version of a perfect day as well. So it could be even closer to that ideal dream, or you could expand the dream if you've already hit it and achieved it. And so you keep building this up every year or every quarter until it goes from being 1 day to 2 days to 3 to then a week to then 2 weeks to then a month. And then eventually it becomes that's now your full year that is feeling like it's absolutely perfect. Your perfect day has become your perfect every day, right? And when you think about it, that's kind of what happens for us anyway, where when we're kids or when you're aspiring towards having a certain goal, like the position that you're currently in, even if you personally are not fully satisfied with it 100%, the version of who you used to be in your past, like they once dreamed to be in the position that you're in right now. But then when you actually get it and you get to experience it, you realize that, hang on a sec, there's probably also some things that I would want to change about this. And that's exactly what I first realized when I had my first perfect day. I was like, damn, I didn't factor in like all these other things that I might want at the beach or that I might want to do. Like I didn't plan everything really well. And I actually aimed quite low. And the reason that I was aiming so low is because I didn't have that belief. And as soon as I experienced it once, I was like, okay, this is possible. So let's just aim higher and let's just keep going and raising the bar as much as we possibly can on what this perfect dream day could actually be like. So this was my process. This was what I started to do. And lo and behold, like the days just kept getting better and better and better until I was experiencing like the perfect day that I originally had, like a lot more consistently. So this is kind of like where you start off. And going back to what I was saying at the beginning about this idea about how I initially was picturing freedom in what I thought is what I wanted to experience the most. It was like freedom that was outside of me. So freedom was being symbolized by the nice cars, the nice things, the nice holidays, the location freedom, the time freedom, etc. But what I didn't realize is that all of that was coming from a place of lack and scarcity. All of it was coming from a place of I'm simply seeing everything that the social media world is showing me, and I'm looking at my life and seeing how there's a discrepancy here, and I'm not really free. So there's always levels to freedom, and if you reach like the first level of freedom, financial freedom, maybe like 10K in a month, then you'll quickly realize that you're going to want more. You're going to want like 100K in a month. You're going to want eventually $1 million in a month. So there's always these next levels of external freedom. But I'd say like the real game that I personally realized most recently is that it's impossible to manifest anything from a place of lack and scarcity. And I don't even like to use that word manifest anymore when I'm talking about my process of creation. And the reason why is because it tends to be that when people want to manifest something, usually it's manifesting whatever it is that they don't currently have, that they want. And the universe simply reflects not necessarily what we desire and what we want, but it gives to us and it collapses in real time what it is that who it is that we actually are. Right. So from a scientific standpoint, if you don't know, you've probably heard of things like the law of attraction, but there is the study of physics and there's the study of quantum physics. And, these physicians right now have actually proven that, most of what is in the universe right now is not just particles, meaning physical things, but it's actually waves and empty space. So the study of the particles has traditionally been like the physics, and then the study of the waves is more about the energetics. And now, like when we're looking at the particles, that's essentially like your collapsed reality in time right now that you either like or you dislike, whether it's who you are in your own body or the things that you have. Those are all the particles that essentially here because of what's been created in your own reality. Whereas with the waves is talking about your potential and probability. So the difference between that particle and the wave is that when things exist more like waves in this world, like when light is more like waves, then this is showing the area of which they have the maximum amount of probability because all probabilities exist in wave form. So what that actually means is that like anything that you're imagining is actually something in the universe right now in wave form. And things become real when the waves are essentially observed. So when you're observing these waves, then that's when it becomes a particle. And to simply put with this process, you conceive an idea first that exists in the field, which is the field of space that is most of the universe. You observe the potential and probability by believing that that's real and then choosing that as the reality. So you conceive, you believe, and then you receive by then collapsing that reality into time and space through your actions and your attention and what you're focusing on, right? Because at the end of the day, energy flows where focus goes. So the more that you're focusing on that reality with your actions, with your attention, the more that it's going to collapse in real time. And so the thing is that people don't appreciate that when it comes to this process of creation, it's not all about just what you mentally put your attention towards, but it's actually a lot about emotionally in the receiving what you can collapse into reality. So many people are really good at being able to have the vision boards. This was myself. I had like the vision boards. I had the lists. I had like all the goals written down. But my biggest problem was that I was finding it very difficult to create my reality because of the emotional state that I was operating from. This state of lack, this state of scarcity. And then all I was bringing forth was more lack and more scarcity, more disconnection, everything like this. And so what I realized is that the word that we want to be using instead of manifestation for creation simply wants to be expression. Because if you're able to express the abundance within, you're able to express the joy within, you're able to express the freedom within, guess what's going to happen? The reflection that you're going to see outside is simply a mirror of what is within. And so that's why if you don't like the look of your relationships, you don't like the look of, whatever is going on in your life right now with your finances and your physical reality or environment, look at it. Look not necessarily and blame the outside and the external, but look within and see, is it something to do with how I'm expressing? And I want to give you an example for myself as to how I really feel like the last few months has revealed for me where I've been expressing from a place of lack in an area of which I wanted, which was this area of freedom. Because although like I wanted to have my freedom, I felt truly caged. And the reason why is because I had a really strong fear of judgment within me, of which other people's opinions were affecting my own internal state. And a big reason why is because I still was latching onto this need for external validation. So rather than having my own sense of self-worth, like it was actually more so dependent on what other people were saying about me. And so everything was all well and good when people are saying things that are positive, that are nice, and that are supportive. But what I noticed is that the more that I started to shine my light and become visible, become seen, and start to just raise up in terms of my levels in the game, what I noticed is that more people becoming jealous, more people were starting to notice, more people were having shadows cast on them by me showing up in my light, right? And so naturally what started to happen is I started to get a lot more pushback. And so initially when you're first getting started out on your entrepreneurial journey, you'll see and you'll notice that the pushback will tend to happen with the people who are maybe in your close circle, your close environment. So for myself, it was like resistance coming from not only my parents, siblings, but it was like close friends. And that's normal, that's natural. But then it evolves and it becomes like, resistance that you may start to get from people who are prospects or people that are like haters on the internet and social media, and then potentially even customers, clients, and people in your community. Like the hate can come from wherever. And the way that I actually view this is that it's almost like people describe it as the matrix that's trying to attack you. Because what is the matrix? The matrix is a control system. That's what Morpheus says in the movie. It's a prison for your mind, which keeps you caged. So it's the opposite of the freedom. It's actually the thing that keeps you enslaved, right? So for myself, what I noticed is that even though I was experiencing a level of this external freedom, life was giving me opportunities, moments, experiences, relationships to simply reveal within myself where I wasn't free. Because this hate was coming up and it was also affecting me. So when people were throwing shade at me and like giving me certain comments and stuff like that, like I genuinely felt like I'd been hit by a bullet and had been wounded, but what it was actually doing, it was not creating a new wound. What I realized it was doing is it was actually revealing a wound from my childhood, from my past, that hadn't been healed. So chances are, like if you're just getting started on your journey and somebody is giving you like a snarky little comment, or they're saying a remark and it's hurting you and bothering you more than it actually should, then chances are like it's nothing to do with what the person is saying. It's more so them revealing a wound from the past that has not been healed. And so that is your invitation by the universe from God to go within and start looking at how can you heal this wound so that you can now openly express your freedom, which is only going to magnetize more experiences of this freedom in your life to reflect what's going on within. So we can be grateful. And that's how I look at it right now, because ultimately wisdom is the instantaneous recognition that crisis is a blessing. So if you can see straight away, like, whoa, I'm getting like so much hate from everywhere, and I don't know what to do about it. If you're somebody who is wise, you can recognize that this is actually a blessing for me. It's not all for them. It's actually for me. And maybe even the people that you impact later on, because you can give them the medicine that is helping you to heal. But it's all happening for me, not to me. And the reason why is because this is revealing to me where I'm not yet free, where I actually have chains within, because I haven't liberated from the identity and attaching this identity to other people's external validation and opinions. So when you've actually truly been able to liberate yourself from this, you will essentially become totally bulletproof, right? And what I had to realize for myself is that part of the reason why I wasn't able to express this state of freedom, true freedom, not just freedom externally, but freedom within, the reason for why I hadn't been able to master this is because I didn't truly love myself, right? And what I mean by that is that I remember my journey when it comes to self-love has been a case where initially I just totally hated myself, and it was evident by how I would treat myself. Like I wasn't eating good. I was putting junk food into my body. I wasn't saying nice things about myself, vocalizing them. I wasn't doing actions that was helping myself. Everything that I was doing looked as though like I was just a person that didn't like me at all. The way that I was treating me, and I was treating myself as if I wasn't somebody who had a high amount of self worth or wasn't valuable. And part of that reason is because of my self image and how I viewed me, which again, like all sort of stems from childhood and everything like that. But regardless of what your upbringing is, if you do have a similar type of condition where you are not loving yourself or you're actually hating yourself, then it might end up getting to a stage where you fully start self-destructing. And that's exactly what happened for myself. Like I was going through a self-destruction process where it was just not necessarily in super violent means, but just in ways that would make me feel small, make me feel like I should hide, make me feel like I wasn't enough. And I would just turn inwards and really start beating up on myself, is the best way to put it. Why aren't you good enough? Why aren't you this? And most of these voices wasn't actually coming from my own voice. It's just I could not get other people's voices like out of my head. They had essentially, what's the word? They had infiltrated my headspace and done so uninvited, and I couldn't get them out. So that is a horrible space to be in. And you only really recognize that you've been in that space and you've got these intrusive thoughts that are coming up within your own headspace. The only way that you can recognize this is once you've actually got outside of that prison, that mental prison. And before then, you will start identifying with those thoughts. You will start to find it difficult to even see that there's a disassociation between them. Like it's not actually you. I think one of the books that really woke me up to like this inner narrative and dialogue that was going on within myself was reading the Michael Singer book. I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's not The Surrender Experiment. Let me quickly have a search of this. The Surrender Experiment. The Untethered Soul. That's the one. Yeah. When I read The Untethered Soul, like that was one of the biggest game changers for me, and like really starting to gain like a different level of self-awareness and seeing that it wasn't just myself within me, but there was like multiple personalities, and some of them had come from the caregivers and voices from when I was young that were still saying things in my head that I had no control over. Because if you think about it, like your thoughts are not something that you can exactly decide on for what is coming up for you. So most people, like every single person, has thousands of thoughts that you have on a day-to-day basis. And who decides what comes up is never going to be your conscious mind, but it's just simply coming up from mostly your subconscious, like 95%. So none of these are dictated by you. And rather than judging the thoughts that are coming up, what I love about what the book taught is, really being able to, with a non-judgmental perspective, you can simply observe the thoughts, right? And look at them passing and noticing, where's this coming from? Is this coming from my ego? Is this coming from like, my relationship that I may have had with my teacher? It could be my teacher's voice, it could be my parents' voice. Like whose voice is this? Not all the thoughts are your own. So that's an interesting take that like really opened up my eyes to all of this. But going back to what I was saying about, just this lack of freedom that I have personally had like for so long. And usually it comes up a lot more when I get put under pressure situations. And it's challenging me to show myself as the best that I can possibly show up as. So it's easy to, in comfortable scenarios, it's easy then to, love yourself. But in those uncomfortable scenarios, when it's revealing to you the places where you may be inadequate or you may need certain work to be done, that's when it becomes more difficult to love yourself. So for myself, it was like I had self-destructive behavior. Friends around me, they also displayed self-destructive behavior. One of my friends committed suicide when I was about 21, and I also had another one that attempted, and it was just a really dark time when you look back and you see how much self-destructive behavior existed. But it was also like normal for that type of environment because everyone had their own problems that they were dealing with and their own vices. So when I removed myself from that, I quickly realized that, oh, there's a different way. Because I put myself into environments and communities where people were actually showing more love to themselves. But on the outside, it was like I only really saw people loving themselves for the positive parts of what they were in their identity, the parts that they themselves personally liked. And so for many years, like that's how I evolved within my self-love journey. And I was just able to love the parts of myself that I liked, which was also not just the parts of myself that I liked, but I also was able to love the parts of myself that other people liked about me. So people would say things like, oh, you're so calm, like, you have a great energy and aura about you. And I would almost get addicted to these opinions that were being given to me. It was giving me life, and I would latch onto them, hold onto them. But that addiction is never the solution, because an addiction is just anything that almost works. It's not something that genuinely solves the problem. And my main problem was that I just didn't love myself. So the levels of love, because it's not as if I didn't love myself at all. I'm just saying that it wasn't like a higher level of love. But my love that I had for myself was very conditional. So if I was doing something that was some sort of achievement, and I was able to make somebody else give me this opinion, then I'd feel like I was able to love myself. So that led me to either being inauthentic and performing for other people, having this people pleaser nature, or it meant that I didn't feel as though I could truly be loved unless I earned another person's love through my achievements. So that always meant that I never felt good enough, because there was always another thing that I wanted to achieve. There was always another goal that I was reaching for, and I just never felt like I was enough as I was. And yeah, like it's been it's been a journey, because now I'm starting to realize how the way that we love ourselves is like, it's really dependent on number one, our own self-awareness. So a lot of people, they kind of ignore the parts of themselves that they don't like. So people might, give them feedback. They might let you know, like, you're doing this wrong or whatever, but they just put it to one side, don't address it. With myself, I'm more the opposite. Somebody gives me something about me that I don't like, and this is what it's been like for most of my journey, then I'll obsess about that thing. Like, I will really do my best to change in that particular area, because again, like I was saying, I got latched onto other people's opinions of me for that external validation. So it wasn't until I realized very recently that I cannot love myself unconditionally until I can see myself the way that God sees me. Because one of the things about God's love is that it's totally unconditional. On the one side, there is also a conditional love that He shows, but there's an unconditional love that He has for everybody in the universe. Everyone is provided for, the same system, same biology. So there's an unconditional love that everybody experiences from God, and that's like the perfect example of what unconditional love truly looks like. So, when I realized that, I was like, okay, how can I start to actually see myself through the eyes of God, the way that He sees me, with that perspective, with that lens? What is it about me that makes Him love me unconditionally no matter what? And what I realized is that, God creates us in such a way where we have got a polarity. So if you have a certain amount of light that exists, that's all of your best parts about your identity, who you are, all of the gifts, all of the strengths, then simultaneously it must mean that all of the darkness, all of the weaknesses, all of the things about you that are your curses, they have to exist. They have to exist together. And no one is completely one-sided. We all have our flaws, but most of us just ignore the side. Like, we bury the shadow, we bury the darkness. But it's only when you truly become integrated and you move from, like men especially, like moving from just being the nice guy, right, which is like focusing on all these positive elements. Nobody wants that. It becomes icky. It's like not necessarily magnetic and authentic. But becoming the guy who is the integrated male, the one that has been able to truly look within and see the flaws and bring that all together. And this is one thing that can be quite difficult, because you may not necessarily like that part of who you are, but the goal is not necessarily to like every aspect of yourself. Nobody says you have to do that. But what you actually want to be doing is you want to love every aspect of yourself, loving the dark side and loving the light side as well. And when you can do that, that's when you truly become free. Because what I love about the word freedom is that I found a definition of it earlier on from a book that I read this year, which was titled The Courage to be Disliked. And the whole idea of the book is that it helps you to become truly free, because real freedom is the courage to be disliked. And most people simply don't have that. And most recently, what I've realized is that in order to become somebody who is free and to have that courage to be disliked, it starts by loving yourself. If you truly love yourself and all your flaws, that is how you'll develop the courage to be disliked. And that is how you'll truly be able to start having this freedom that you feel within to express that freedom and show your true authenticity rather than the fakeness, right? So yeah, this whole breakthrough that I've personally had recently, that helped me to see how important it is to love myself, so that I can become bulletproof. Because when you think about it, if now, like, somebody throws shade at you, says something negative, hater comes in, and they could be giving you feedback and just more self-awareness, but you're not going to take it personally, which is what would happen for me quite often. I take things personally, I take it to heart, and it would affect me. But now what's going to happen is that you've become bulletproof, because every single time they throw something at you, like, you don't take it personally. You take it with a smile on your face, and like, you feel joy from experiencing it, because like they're showing a darker part of who you are, but you're not looking at it with judgment and feeling guilty about it. You're actually transmuting that guilt into something that you feel personally grateful for, that God blessed you with that dark side because it gave you the light, right? So this is the thing that's the most liberating perspective that you can truly have, because at that point you can have the freedom to not just have that external freedom, which is all great as well, but now you can have the freedom to be whoever you want to be. You can have the freedom to do whatever you want to do, and you can have the freedom to have whatever you want to have and not feel that guilt about it. Like, be truly free. So yeah, it's amazing. And if you take just a little bit of this on board as well, I guarantee your life is just going to get so much better from today. Because for most people, like, they're waiting for things outside to change themselves and their lives and for things to get better. But you don't have to wait. Like, you can just literally start experiencing the better now. Life can become better now as you start to tap into this true authenticity, and really start loving yourself, becoming your best friend. So yeah, that's the initial topic of conversation that I had. But as I was saying, like, I wanted to also bring this into the business aspect, because now, once you become whole, integrated, and matured into this person who is not avoiding the pain, the hurt, the shadow, but you've integrated it all and you're loving all aspects. Now you have the freedom to essentially put your authentic self out there on any platform that you want, right? And start magnetizing and start attracting people who are the ones that, when they see darkness and they're like, wow, like, that's crazy that you have that as well, because I thought I was the only person. I felt shame around it. But the fact that there's another you, this is amazing. And if you can connect with somebody who likes you, or not just likes you, but loves the aspects of you that you dislike and other people dislike, if you can connect with someone on that level, then that is how you attract what we call your soul tribe, right? Because there's a difference between having a business and having a community where you attract your soul tribe versus attracting your ego tribe. And I built several communities, and I've had experiences of both, where I've attracted my soul tribe, and I've had experiences where I've attracted my ego tribe. And I personally recommend that you don't go for the version where you attract your ego tribe. Because in that ego tribe, what ego actually means is number one, it's edging God out, right? Ego, edging God out. So if there's no God that's within, then there's no love that's being exchanged within the community. And there's a lot of judgment, there's a lot of status, and like, just toxicity is the best way to describe it. But also, the ego is the false identity. So what it means is that if you attracted your ego tribe, chances are it's because you didn't put your authentic self out there. And now, as a result, people are coming to you that are like the fake version that you put out. Or people are coming to you who are being fake like you are being fake. So it ends up creating this ego tribe. And maybe in the beginning, things are nice as long as you're holding up this mask and version of who you were. Things are okay at the beginning, but then later down the line, it's only going to become difficult to maintain this facade for you and the tribe. And you're going to start seeing parts of yourselves that you don't like, you didn't sign up for. And now this is like a thing of which you don't want to be involved with anymore. Like, that's probably going to be the way that things work out. Whereas with the soul tribe, if you're able to track the soul tribe within your community, then things are the complete opposite. And you love each other for your own flaws. You love yourself for your own flaws. And everyone in the community can recognize that they might not necessarily have everything that the ego wants and desires, but there's this mutual love and respect that can be exchanged just simply because of the alignment that exists there, and how much you feel as though, like, we're meant to be together. People say that in the world, everyone has their own soulmate. I completely disagree, because I personally believe that we actually have many that are soulmates. Now, romantically, maybe there's only a few that will be compatible with, but then even then, there's billions of people in the world, and there's only so many versions of humans. right? So I do personally believe that there's a few compatible people that you have romantically, but then in business relationships or friendships, like I believe that we've got tons of soulmates, and this is why like having a soul tribe is basically an experience where it's all your soul brothers, your soul sisters, your soul relatives and friends that exist within this tribe, of which, it's just love that's being exchanged um, within that community. So ultimately, like when you're doing the skill of putting yourself out there on social media and attracting buyers, attracting customers, attracting clients, attracting members of your community, what you're doing is ideally you're putting out the most authentic version of who you are, so that that soul tribe can become magnetized towards you. And where people go wrong is like what I said, like putting out a version of you that's not real, that's not authentic, and attracting that ego tribe. So, funnily enough, as well, like when you do it the first way, things end up being a lot harder. They're a lot more hustle, a lot more work for you. You have to spend more time editing videos. You have to spend more time coming up with ideas. You have to spend more time like creatively figuring out content. Whereas with the Soul Tribe, you're just being authentic. It's actually easier to produce content. It's actually easier to show up that way. It's not as stressful because you are just literally being yourself. That's all that's happening. So when people ask me, like, how do you just talk to the camera for like hours? And the reason why I'm able to do this and just put out like loads of content now is because I'm not having to think of what to say. I'm just expressing what's in my heart. I'm expressing who I am and sharing that with you. And it's almost as if there's a window to the soul, of which most people have this window that has got curtains all over it. You're not allowed to peek through it. You're not allowed to open up the curtains. People have like this thing where those curtains may have a mask on it, so you can see that version, but everybody just wants to see through in terms of who you actually are. So when you're doing your attraction marketing, the idea with it is that you're doing your best to remove the curtains and allow for that window to be completely transparent, so that others can see what is within your heart, what is within your head. And that is what I aim to do with my content when I'm speaking, is I aim to just show you, these are my thoughts, this is what's in my heart. And now you get to learn more about, who that authentic version is of myself. And if you're having difficulty in communicating to others, because maybe it's like, oh, you don't know what to say, you're like trying to figure things out on the top of your head, like what content do I have and everything like this, chances are the reason why is not necessarily because you don't have the skills. A big part of it is just simply because you are still trying to perform instead of just really being authentic. You're thinking about words to say, and it's hard. But when you look at the conversations that you'll just be having on a day-to-day with another person, where they may ask you certain questions and there's no stakes whatsoever. It's not about how many people are going to view. It's not about how many people are going to like and subscribe and comment and share. It's just literally you that is expressing yourself. And in those moments where it doesn't matter whatsoever, that's where you're being the most authentic. And even like offline, like people are not truly being authentic because there's still things at stake if you have external validation. So what it was like for me is that anytime I'd go into like a social scenario where I was going to be criticized, judged, or I was going to be, given certain validation, like I'd have so much anxiety that would come up before going into these social scenarios, because I felt like I had to perform in front of like every single person and have a different performance that I would give for each individual. And the mental energy that this would take in order to plan all of this and make it happen was exhausting. But as soon as I realized and recognized that, wow, if I'm just like totally authentic, then it's number one, easier for me to let the words flow and it all comes out naturally. But two, it's like nowhere near as exhausting as it would be to have to perform all the time. And the word authenticity is being thrown around everywhere right now when it comes to content online. And you might not necessarily know why it is that people are talking about this so much within the game of attraction marketing, etc. But the major reason for why this idea of authenticity is being thrown around so much right now is simply because of the transition that's occurred with media consumption. So if you look at what media was like back in, the first era where it first came about, like even before we had any technology that helped us to entertain the masses, even before that, like there was plays that would happen in Shakespearean times and stuff like that. And initially how it started was by people that would put on these masks to put on a performance for people to be entertained. So that was like the original entertainment. And it would work because people were able to, through lack of being entertained, they'd be able to experience more and more of this. So what I'm actually sharing is that as a collective, right, we have our collective intelligence, we have our collective consciousness, but we also have our collective entertainability. And for most people, like back all that time ago, the entertainability as a collective was just so low that you didn't have to provide like the best type of entertainment for others in order to give them an experience that they would absolutely love. So when plays came about, like, people didn't have to be the best actors. They could fully put on a performance that would be theatrical and the least like what a person would be like. And the actors were the worst that they ever were. And if you look at every sport, right, every sport follows the same curve where when the sport first comes up, you look at basketball, you look at tennis, you look at all these sports, like go back in history and they were terrible compared to what people are like right now. Like the best player in the NBA 100 years ago would not even be in the NBA right now. So this is what it's been like as well for entertainment. Is that entertainment was terrible back then, and it's as well progressed like through black and white technology that came about with the television originally and the camera. And when you go and watch some of these black and white movies, you'll notice that again, like there's this major performance with actors like Charlie Chaplin. Like they're actually doing outlandish things that you just wouldn't see people doing in real life or living like that. So sometimes we've seen these representatives of stories that try to symbolize what reality is like, so people can, with that meaning, feel connected to it. But most of the time, majority of the time, what we notice is that in the olden times, we have seen that media and entertainment was a lot closer to this extreme of performance. And then later down the line, like as more actors got on the scene, as entertainment started to influx into the world, media started to erupt a lot more. People got access to TVs in their homes. It wasn't just a thing which was a luxury. Now it was a necessity in a home for you to have a television, just to keep up with everyday life, in the news, etc. So now every home had a television, and everyone is now tuning into entertainment. So if you think about it, like more recently, I remember like from my mom, I never understood this, but I can understand compared to what it must have been like when she was originally shown entertainment on television. But for as long as I've known in terms of my like teenage adult years, my mom has always watched these soap operas and reality TV shows on television. And I would get so frustrated. I would get so annoyed. I'm like, why do you like this stuff? Why do you enjoy watching this? But what I can imagine is that the authenticity that must have felt like compared to everything that she'd experienced before was like ridiculous. Welcome, Yasmin. How are we doing?
Did I miss all the good stuff?
Oh, you missed a lot of good stuff. Yeah.
We'll have to catch the replay.
Yeah. But here's the thing. There's so much stuff that you're not too late either. But the replay stuff is great. But to be honest, the stuff that I was just talking about right now is actually a little bit following on from what we were talking about. I think it was at the weekend, just about this the transition from the performance eras of media and entertainment to the eras where media and entertainment is now requiring a lot more authenticity instead of performance.
Mm.
So you came at a great time because I know you're going on this journey for yourself as well, where
Yes.
you're releasing the need to perform as much and starting to put more of your authentic version out there. So good timing. But what I was just
It's
touching.
harder than it seems, though. And I was thinking about it today. It seems easy when you say, "Oh, just be yourself," but like it's hard to sort of detach from the image you want to portray and like this, you know. I don't know, but I don't know how to put it. Like it should be easy because you just be yourself. But we got so used to playing the part when you on social media, like you don't know how to not do that anymore.
I get that. Yeah, it can become something that is habitual, but it's actually more so a reflection of how you are as an individual as opposed to how you are with social media. Because what I would say is that
Mm.
people who are like just the most authentic outside of social media, when they get onto social media, like they just would never put on a performance because they're like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
Especially if they know that people want authenticity. So there's two things about it. It's one, it's about your personality. Are you like that off of social media? And two, it's do you know that being yourself is actually the way that you'll get the best results? And for myself, when I was first getting started off of social media, I never felt like I could be myself with everyone. So I had
mm.
masks in my relationships in like so many different
Yeah, yeah,
relationships. But then the second thing was I didn't even realize that, oh, authenticity is actually the thing that is what people truly want more than anything. So I couldn't tie them together in a way which I truly
mm.
understood compared to how I understand it right now. So right now, it sounds like for yourself, like you are coming to the side of understanding definitely a lot more how and why authenticity is absolutely necessary if you want to be able to put out content that's going to truly resonate and bring in
Yeah,
the soul tribe. Because what I was just saying about before, and I think I was saying on the call, is that if you don't put out that content, the cost of it is you're going to bring in the ego tribe, and that's not what you
yeah.
want. So, um, yeah, like I was actually thinking about yourself earlier on today, and I had like a breakthrough for you. It was
So
hilarious.
good.
Um, and, it's something that we were talking about a little bit the other day when we were saying that me and your husband felt like you were just holding back a little bit. You like the
Mhm.
coconut, everything like that. So probably the way that you kept on reflecting the next day about the consciousness conversation, that's how I was reflecting
Yeah,
about the conversation. And what I realized is that because I took one of your posts from social media. I put it into ChatGPT and I was like, assess this based off of the metrics that will put out content that's not ego based content, but it's soul content. Because soul content is like soul food. Content is
yeah,
food. So
yeah,
soul food, soul content will have certain parameters to it. So I got the whole equation for it. What's required to put out soul content? It did an assessment and it gave all the numbers and everything. But the one thing that it said that just gave me like a light bulb moment was it said that, you know what this is missing? This is missing. It's got authenticity. It's not being fake. Like you are saying the things that you would to your niche that you want to say. But what it doesn't have right now is rawness.
Yeah.
So when you think about food, it's like you've got cooked food and then you got raw food.
Yeah.
And
The salad. You
yeah,
need some salad.
this is it. So for such a long time, in media and entertainment, everyone's been like, if it's cooked food, it's better because cooked food is performance. But
Yeah, it's like polished.
the more raw it is, the more that it's something of which is like what people want to see. So and people want to eat up, which is easier because you don't have to think about it. You can just literally release whatever exists. So now it's like, okay, intellectually, that raw content is going to be a lot more favorable than the performance one. The question is, um, what would be a potential block that is holding you back internally from actually putting out that raw version of yourself? And
Hmm.
this is where I was like, okay, this is great because what I've been doing recently is I've actually been looking at words so much differently. It's like now I don't just see the word for what it spells, but I see the word for what it is as an image. I was like, when I say the word raw, what image do I see? And I was like, straight away, I see I see the food, but I also see another type of raw, which is ROAR, right?
Oh,
So
yeah, right. That is yeah.
yeah, it's like the roar of a lion or a tiger or any of these things. And it got me back to like when you were sharing your story about what it was like in childhood and your father, you know, sometimes telling you off or giving you a beating, whatever it is that made you feel like you had this judgment that you were afraid of as the ego. But what what you wanted to say back then to your father wasn't just like something which could connect you, but it
Hmm.
was almost like this violation of um, your body and your freedom. So the natural feeling that would occur at that point would actually be a little bit more like anger and having somebody like cross these boundaries. So what I'm saying here is that I believe that like every single one of us has not just got our um, we've not just got like our human self and our higher self. We've also got like our animalistic and this raw part of who we are that is more emotionally driven. And this is exactly what animals are like as well, a lot more on autopilot. So when you think about like an animal that is like a lion or like a tiger and um, them having this raw, imagine somebody trying to like approach a lion and trying to set it down and trying to beat it up 1-to-1, and this lion just comes at them and like absolutely roars at them. You know, could you imagine the reaction of the person? What are they going to feel like?
Well, yeah, you wouldn't be standing there.
I mean, you'd be shitting yourself. You'd be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay, like I know you could beat me up. You could eat me right now, but you've shown mercy with a roar. Like you've just shown
It's
that,
like a warning, yeah.
yeah, you have this like power that exists within. So that's when I was like, this is the key because I actually remember this exercise that I did at an event, and it like really woke up the raw within myself. But then I did the same thing with Anthony when we first met. I think it was the second call that I ever did with him before he ever did anything businessy with me. I just did this exercise with him,
Mm.
and he will never forget. I've still got the recording of it, but that was when he like really unleashed a different part of himself, and he was able to truly um, like express his voice, which was something of which he didn't have before. It was more like the mouse. It was like the mouse that turned into the lion,
Yeah.
and he always had it within him, but I just had to show that it was there. So I feel like with yourself as well, like up until this point, I mean, you've been consistent. You've been chasing the cheese a little bit with the being the mouse,
Yeah.
but really, like, I know that what exists within you is there is that that lion within, that lioness who has a roar, because even lionesses have big roars as well.
Yeah.
And when you think about a brand, a personal brand, like every personal brand has an identity to it. So when I think about like your personal brand, your identity, you were saying yesterday, like for your movement and that brand, it's about a very simple mission of making mums matter, making Muslim
Okay.
mums
Yeah.
matter, right? Super simple. But that has to have a personal brand identity. And the way that I view it is like your brand identity, your personal brand identity is the voice for those Muslim mums, making them matter, right? So
Mm.
they, at the moment, imagine how many women, because even when we were on the call with Catherine the other day,
Yeah.
after you left, like she just kept saying, like, "Oh wow, Yasmin like totally inspired me when she was talking about her mission and everything like that," because she probably wanted to say those things, but nobody was saying it for her. She didn't
Yeah.
have an outside external voice that was um, the voice for her.
Mm.
So, so So this is the power that you have within yourself right now, because this is another thing that I was thinking about yesterday too, is how in the game of attraction marketing, there is physical leverage and there's spiritual leverage. And
Mm.
physical leverage is what solves physical problems that you have that aren't getting you the results that you want. Spiritual leverage is what solves the spiritual problems. Now, if you try to solve the physical problem with a spiritual leverage, then you won't be able to solve that problem and vice versa. Now, the physical tools that can solve the physical problems can be things like, going on social media platforms. So that's a physical leverage that you have, because now your voice can actually be shared with many people throughout the world.
Okay.
But the first thing that was given to man when attraction marketing originally formed, attraction marketing has been around for millennia,
Mm.
and the prophets, leaders have been able to have movements that have erupted without social media, without
Yeah.
having microphones that
Yeah.
can say things to millions of people. But the one thing that they were given by God as being this physical tool that could actually create a movement and have that as physical leverage was their mouth. That's the
Yeah.
physical tool. So, the the physical aspect you've got there is that mouth, and maybe you've been using it somewhat, but it's
Not with full potential.
yes, but that's partly because of this identity that is still currently like within the mouse, rather than the
Yeah.
light, and having that rawness, right? The
Yeah.
rawness that brings out the raw. And I was thinking about it, I was like, there's some people, I could never put my finger on it with myself too, and how I had that switch. But I do really remember just seeing it in others when I went to like certain events and I got mentors, and I saw that they had that raw. They were able to speak in such a way that it wasn't necessarily just motivational, because I'm not talking about like just shouting at people. That's a scream.
Mm.
But the raw is a lot more about bringing forth like all of this, emotion that exists within, that is just so real that people can feel. So when I was listening to like these mentors, I just saw it and I modeled it, but I couldn't teach it.
Mm.
So there's so many people who sometimes they would just naturally have the raw. I feel like Luke, Anthony,
Yeah.
guys like developed the raw by seeing me, and when I was uh, showing my raw. But like now I can actually break it down and teach it. Like it's opened up a whole different opportunity now. So yeah, with with what we're talking about in terms of how you've got the physical issue, I don't think there's anything wrong with like your tonalities. I don't think there's wrong with your pronunciation or the words that you're using. Like you know how to use your mouth, and I've seen
Mm,
you do it in one-to-one conversations with like Catherine and Martha and like other people that are jumping on these lives.
yeah.
But the thing is now, like, can you still have that same rawness that you bring to social media, which is where you're probably going to have most of the amount of people that are watching you and attention that's truly on you. So I think it's a couple of things there. It's about like being able to actually see the discrepancy and how like sometimes there will be places, areas where you might not be showing up fully and you're withholding your, you know,
Yeah.
expressing the fullness of who you
I
are.
think I think before I forget what I want to say now,
Oh.
I think I kind of know where the discrepancy is. Like when I speak to a person one to one, or even if it's like in a group, like on online, I find it easier because I'm speaking to someone or
Hmm.
or a few people. But when you're just
Yes.
speaking to like a camera and you don't know who it is on the other side,
Hmm.
yeah, that's where I feel it's not the same. It can't be the same, or right
Yeah.
now for me, it's not the same. I don't
Yeah.
know
I
how to
get it.
fix that.
I'm the same. Because the thing is, like, when I was going through this whole bit of reflection, welcome, Catherine, by the
Hi,
way.
Catherine.
Um, we
Hey guys.
I think you as well, Catherine, like you're gonna love this topic of conversation. So when I was reflecting on it last night, it wasn't just about like thinking about yourself. Like you were definitely someone who I noticed with them, but I was actually thinking about it for me because that has been one of the things throughout my journey as an entrepreneur. Like I've always been a lot more comfortable doing sales in one-to-one environments where it's just me and another person having like a really
Mm,
heart to heart, deep conversation. And the person is like, wow, like I got to see who he is, what he believes, what the authenticity is, and everything like that. But to get people through the door and having one to one conversations with me, that was the thing that I found most difficult. I knew I would thrive here. And I think it's the same with you as well, where I know that if I actually gave you one to one conversations that you're having with your ideal target audience, you would have no problem connecting with them, sharing your
mm,
story, hearing them out, and just having a good heart to heart with them. I think you would do great
yeah.
at that. But your biggest struggle is similar to what mine has been like, which is how can I do that in a leverage way where I go into social media and I'm speaking
Mm,
to potentially hundreds, if not thousands and millions of people, and I'm able to still somehow bring this rawness to the table.
yeah. It's
Um,
not personal anymore. Then.
Exactly. Like that was the
Yeah.
thing that I couldn't figure out. But then, even when I think of like the leverage before what it was like for me speaking one to one with people and into so bringing that to social media, one thing that I was finding really difficult was whenever I'd get opportunities to speak to a group of people. So if there was a call that I was having and there was like 20, 30 people on the call and I
Mm,
had to speak up, I just got so paranoid. I got like so anxious because for me, I felt like I've got to almost speak to 20 people at once. How can I do that? It's just too overwhelming. And as someone who's very introverted, like I didn't go out much. I didn't really spend much time in group scenarios. And if I did, I just stay silent. It was like the easiest thing for me.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, so I get it. And one thing that really helped me was number one, the practice of it, but it was this perspective shift by Jordan Peterson when he was talking about how he approaches it whenever he's doing his talks. And to be honest, out of everyone that I listen to, for me personally, I love listening to him because of the rawness and authenticity that he brings to the table, as well as like just the quality of the value that he's providing. And the advice that he was giving is that for people who do have that overwhelm and anxiety that they experience, when you're speaking to your audience, you're not actually talking to the whole audience. In fact, what he's doing, and you'll notice it when he is on stage and he's talking, is that he's just talking to one person at a time.
Mm,
And he picks a person in the audience based off of the way that they're engaging. Maybe they're smiling at him, maybe they're nodding their head, but he just talks to one soul at a time rather than trying to speak to every single person in the entire audience. And then from him speaking to that one soul, chances are like every other soul that's going through whatever that one soul is also going to feel the impact and the connection.
yeah.
So they'll feel deeply connected to the person too. So when I started doing that in my group calls and whenever I had groups of people that I was speaking to and just talking to one person, I noticed that other people came back and be like, whoa, like I really needed to hear that. Or I felt like you were talking directly to me in that
Mm,
context. Which is why like right now, like as I'm putting out these videos and doing this, like the selfish reason as to why I'm doing it is so that I can take all of what I'm giving to you one to one, put it onto my social media, and whoever's going to watch that now is going to feel like, wow, this is directly for me, even though it's not, it's for you.
yeah. Yeah.
And for you coming into it
See
as
what
well.
you're saying. Yeah.
So so doing that was like really helpful. But then with social media, another problem is that, okay, sometimes if you want to go live or if you want to do a written post, then there's nobody there. And if there's no one
Mm,
there, what do you do? So it's the opposite of having lots of people. Now it's like there's
mm,
actually no one that feels like you're speaking to. You're talking to a camera. It's not a person. So the thing that ChatGPT told me yesterday, which I thought was beautiful, it was genius, and I actually heard this from someone else who was giving some advice on how to like put out YouTube content, is that the way that they do it is they essentially imagine that when they're speaking to the camera, they imagine that they're speaking to someone that they is either their best friend or someone that they just really love. Imagine
mm.
that. Because if you think about it, right? If you're actually speaking to somebody who you really love, the person that will resonate with this will be someone who you genuinely will love. Because
Yeah. And you'd be
it's,
a lot more natural and just be yourself, basically.
yeah, yeah. So that's how you start attracting the soul tribe, because it's you speaking to your soul mate on
Yeah.
camera. But you have to be able to initially like imagine a little bit as to what that person would be like, ideally, and then also like when you're speaking directly to them, it might be that there's certain things that you can envision your soulmate is really good at with yourself. And the way that I kind of look at it for myself is my soulmate that I'm speaking to is someone that is a few years behind where I am.
Mm,
So I can I can provide them with a lot of love and value that can save them pain, and they also really appreciate that. So if you think about like at the end of the day, who should you love more than anyone first, even biblically, spiritually? Biblically, it says that you want to, the first commandment, love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So you actually can't love the neighbor
if you
until
don't love
you love
yourself.
yourself. But the truth about that is that everyone is actually obedient to that rule because we're all loving our neighbors as we love ourselves. It's just that depending on the level of which you love yourself will determine how much that you love others.
Mm,
So when you're speaking to this camera in the content that you're doing or you're sending that message, I would say that soulmate really is yourself in another person's body. Um, so you should know like everything that they're going through in terms of their pains, their challenges, their struggles, their
yeah.
strengths, because it is you. It's just you who is not as evolved, you who's not learned as much, you that needs a little bit of guidance that has put you into the position that you're currently in right now. And if you
Yeah.
speak to that person as if they're your best friend, you're the person that you love the most, imagine how much that's going to resonate with them when you're putting out that content. And as well, like how little that they're going to judge you for what you're putting out. In fact, they're not going to judge you. They're going to
Yeah.
appreciate you and send thanks and be like, wow, I am so grateful for how raw and real and vulnerable that you've been, because again, like I needed someone to be that voice for me, because for so long, like I don't feel like I could have spoken up about this problem or this pain.
Hmm.
But by hearing you speak about it and you being the voice for that, now you've given me the freedom to express my desires and who I want to be. So
Yeah.
that is the leadership there in um, getting to use the main primal tool that God has blessed you with, which is it's not your phone, it's not your laptop, it's your mouth, uh,
Yeah.
right? And this is
Yeah.
why I look at like and I say this all the time. The game is too easy right now. If people from 30, 40, 50 years ago who were great leaders, people like Marcus Garvey, people like Martin Luther King. Imagine what it would have been like even in history with, some of the great leaders that were building movements without even microphones. Just imagine
Yeah.
how passionate and inspired they would have been when they were using their voice to communicate. And they brought that to social media now, and we're just going live like
Yeah.
every single day. I mean, it would be game over. People would be fully.
Yeah. Can you imagine like Nelson Mandela on social media?
Could you imagine
That'd
like
be the
him just
epic, wouldn't it?
like being in prison, being like, "Yo, guys," in a South African accent. Um, it would be awesome. So that's why I'm saying like there's the I don't think for yourself it's physical problems at all
Mm.
right now. I think physically you're using all the tools that you have at your disposal. Um, I don't think there's going to be a problem. Like even if, let's say for example, you want to start running ads, right? If you want to start running ads and you got a small budget of like £100, £150 or whatever per month, I don't think that's a
Mm.
problem. I think the problem is when you don't have the spiritual part down to a T, of which now your voice is truly resonating and connecting with your audience. And
Yeah.
you could, if you have a disconnect and you put in 5,000 a month into ads, like
Oh,
that
oh, yeah.
money's just gone down the
That's
drain.
probably what's been holding me back with the ads, though. Don't you think? Because we've
It's it's
been
it's that inner
both
knowing.
playing the game for a while now, and there's something holding me back. I feel that's what missing is that when
Yeah,
someone comes through the ad, I'm not yet, you know, at that point where they can connect immediately with what I'm putting out.
and not just that, but there's the connection, and it's also, will this person want to follow me?
Mm.
Not follow you as in follow your Instagram account, follow you as a person,
Mm.
right? Because it should be that somebody jumps on your page and they've got a live video that they can see, or they've got a post that you've written out and it's just raw. It's just like really that raw meat, no cooked food, no performance. And they see that straight away and they hear your raw as well, like that lioness raw.
Mm.
And straight away they should be like, you know what? This is the person who I want to follow for real. And I tell you a real life
Mm.
example for myself where that's actually worked for me is you've obviously met Jedi, right? And
Yeah.
that, for me, if you look at all the people who I have personally attracted, Jedi is probably one of the ones that's most like my soul brother. I mean, he's uh,
Mm.
he's literally like an older version of
Of
myself,
you,
and
yeah.
in a lot of ways, yeah. And he's awesome, and funny enough, the way that he came through was he came onto my profile. He said he watched everything, and the one live that like really moved him the most was the one where I was the most raw. I didn't know what I was going to say. I was just angry for whatever reason, and I went live and I just shouted at my phone, like roared at my phone for a good 30, 40 minutes. I don't even know what I said, but he typed on that and was like, yeah, like he loved it. And I remember Anthony gave him a phone call and he was like, I don't even talk to you. I don't know who you are. I want to talk to the guy. Put me on the phone with him. And he just like signed up instantly straight away. But again, it was because I unleashed that part of myself that I was really holding back with. So it's the same thing for you as well. Like it doesn't always have to be live videos, it doesn't always have to be that rawness that's expressed in that way. It's just that um, when when you do it like that, people can easily discern whether or not it is raw, whether or not it is real. Whereas
Mm,
if it's written and if it's a post in a carousel or whatever, nowadays, especially with AI, people instantly, immediately gonna, even if it isn't, go to thinking that, oh yeah, she's just like copied and pasted that from ChatGPT.
mm,
Or they could be questioning it. But one thing that they'll never be able to question is when you actually show up live and it's just pure rawness of you like sharing the story, the message, the mission, whatever it is. Um, so yeah, it's like it's literally permission to just actually express what's genuinely bothering you, and to start attracting those that will also be bothered by a similar thing. It's permission to do that, which is ultimately what you want, but the only thing that will be holding you back from doing so, like I said, is either not tying the idea to it intellectually, but I think you've got that now, or it's going to be something emotionally that's like, I shouldn't give like my full self. And funnily enough, like
mm,
when you do it one time, like you really raw at the camera one time, like after that, you'll never forget what it felt like. It will be truly liberating, and you'll always want to go back to doing it that way, like continue doing it that way.
no. It doesn't necessarily need to be something that comes out of anger.
No, it could be roaring in love.
Don't.
Although with the anger thing, you made me think of a performance that I did one time, and it was an open mic where you could do two pieces, and one poem was like, I thought it was like a good poem. It was meaningful, it was deep, whatever. The other one, I had had a falling out with my manager, and I felt like I'd been treated unfairly,
Mm.
and I just wrote like the most unpoetic, rambling, ranty poem about it. And that was the one that people came up to me afterwards and they were like, "Yeah, that poem, like, yeah." And I thought it was shit. Sorry. I thought it was not, artistically, it was like just so boring and so like, there was no like real poetic like flavor to it the way I like my poems to be. But it was relatable. I was angry and I obviously hit something that people really connected with because
Mhm.
maybe I was expressing something that they had never given themselves permission to express.
Exactly.
Mm,
So,
yeah, I think
yeah.
that's what it is.
So what they want to do then, they might not necessarily articulate it the way that you do, but they'll want to join the raw, and that's what you want. You want them ideally to. You don't want to have. You want to be a leader of followers. You want to be a leader of leaders. So if you become a leader of
Mm,
leaders, they all have to have their own raw. So they want to join the raw, and how they do it initially is not necessarily by going live and speaking with you, but it's just like cheering. Yes, you know
Mhm.
they agree. They're like putting all the fire emojis, like everything like that. That's their expression of the raw, like through social media.
Mm.
Like if you think about even what Ben was saying earlier on, and he was like, "Yeah, you know what? I've not necessarily been posting myself, but every time you do, Yasmin, I'm there, like, yeah, cheering on, because
yeah,
he
yeah,
wants he wants his
yeah,
raw."
yeah. It's like saying what someone else is thinking, but they just don't feel like they can say it
Yeah, and saying it how they want to
or
say
whatever.
it.
Yeah,
So
saying
not
it
just
just that
not just
saying it
saying
in a
it.
way that how
Hmm.
make it effective in that way.
yeah, saying it how they would want to say it. Because think about it again. Go back to like imagine the amount of oppression. And I think about people like Rukia, right? Think about people like um, even Madiha come onto the call talking about how they've been in relationships where they've had oppressive husbands. They've been in, um, 9 to 5 systems where they've had oppressive bosses and hierarchy structures. And when you hear them talk about it, like one to one, they roar. They actually like fully express the emotion of how the injustice affected them, but
Mm.
they'll never feel confident enough to do it online until they see somebody else doing it, because they're not
Mm.
those leaders yet, but they're leaders in the making. And so,
Yeah.
like, if you know that they're expressing that to you like one to one, imagine how many people like those two people who would, when you look at them, you're like, they're freaking superstars. You said it the other day. You would want
Mm.
them to be following you. You would want them in your soul tribe. Imagine how many of those women exist in the world and they're not speaking up for themselves because they've always been told
So
that their voice doesn't matter. They've always been told that their dreams don't matter. Like,
true.
you become the
And
voice for that
especially
person.
Muslim women also, isn't it?
What's that?
Culturally, and especially Muslim women, because they're
I
culturally
don't
meant
think
to,
that there's any
you know,
archetype really
no,
that has been
I,
more shut down than the Muslim woman when you think.
yeah, so true.
So it's like this empowerment that you're giving them of, you go and be the Khadijas of the world. Go and like
Yeah,
actually um, be something. Don't just uh, think to yourself that you're a dishwasher or you're someone that's cooking and cleaning and that's all you got to do. Like, you have so much power within. And so
mm,
when you're operating from your powerful space and you have power not over the people, which is what they've experienced, but you've got power in, and now you're giving power to those people so that you're all experiencing power together in this environment, this culture. Like, that's what will make them truly want to follow your lead. Because if you think about it, you've got all the full recipe for the perfect ideal business. When you've got your high ticket offer, you've got the marketing system, you've got the mentor, you've got the wider community, like you have the AI age, you've got everything. You've got
mm,
everything. The one thing now is just really awakening the spirit within, that is going to allow you to attract through your voice the leaders that will come and like take you to the level that you truly want to climb to. It's just developing that raw.
tap into that little lioness.
Not the little lioness,
Little, not the little one, sorry,
queen
the big
lioness.
one.
One. This is like the main one for the Muslim women. And the thing is, you'll be having this conversation with some of them at some point as well. You'll be saying, you know what, I remember the day that everything changed for me. It was when my mentor Mo, he sat me down and he was like, yo, you
Stop
gotta
being a mouse.
stop being a mouse, right? You're really a lion, but it pains me to see you as this mouse. And you'll give them the same talk that I'm giving you right now, and they'll be like, wow, let's freaking go for it. And that's I think going to be one of your big line in the sand moments, to be honest, because everybody has one in their journey
Yeah,
as well. Like, not just your line in the sand moment that makes you want to start, but the line in the sand moment that makes you want to go all in and
yeah,
and and give everything, not just giving the bare minimum because you
no, no.
feel like somebody has to give you permission to give everything. But the only one that has got to give you permission to give everything now is you, no one else.
Yeah, it is me holding myself back there.
Yeah, but now it's like release the chains and just let her raw. Let her raw and be raw.
Might be a squeak at first, but I'm gonna get there.
Well, here's the thing, right? We can
Like
even
Simba.
potentially we can maybe even do the exercise, right? The one the
Yeah, yeah, it's a
visualization that I did with Anthony.
with Anthony. Yeah.
This will be super powerful. But the only thing is, my my thing in my head was like, usually I say to people, when you're gonna do your raw, like um you want to do it so like the whole street can hear you. But I know that you got kids as well, so I've never done this to anybody that got kids, and I wouldn't say that you got to do it if you're gonna awake the kids, but
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do it right now because I
maybe
don't want any of them to wake up.
yeah. I think we'll have to do it at a time where like your kids
In
are not
daytime.
asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the daytime, and then we'll awaken your raw then. But um, that'll be that'll be a big game changer. It's kind of like I don't know. Have you ever seen? You must have seen Tony Robbins.
I have.
Yeah. So this is what I feel like he's the best at doing for people in the world, is like really being able to. Like the first book that I ever read of his was called a book called Unleash the Power Within. So yeah, he's the one that like really brings out people's raw more than anything. And um, I'll have to see if I can find a visualization that he does. But if not, I'm happy to do it with you at some point. But yeah, I mean, once you've got that, like that's literally it. And you bring that raw not just to the social media and stuff like that, but you even are able to bring that raw to your sales calls. You're even able to bring that raw to the one-to-ones that you'll be having with people, and that's where people really start to move. They'll feel like, you'll go from having dead branches that are just like not doing anything to now like, whoa, we've got a movement. This isn't just a community; it's a movement. People are moving now. This is epic. That happens through the raw. I've got a hilarious video where I did this exercise for a group one time, and I'm not sure if you've ever met Roy, but he's another one of the young lads that I was helping. And I think out of everybody, when I was reflecting back on all the roles that I've done with people, this guy's role was the funniest. He literally like started roaring the whole place down, and then picked up his computer, and I think he like punched it.
Oh goodness.
Oh, find it, but oh,
What did you do? Like, oh, but
Move some things before you do it.
yeah, maybe don't stand in my way when I'm rowing,
not gonna
okay?
stand.
Because it's not gonna be a good place.
yeah. Oh man, that's hilarious. I'm gonna have to. I can't remember where. Yeah, that was so funny, so funny. Because I didn't even see it.
I'm gonna
Like,
get like someone to record it. You're gonna record it for me, babe.
yeah, it was
Poor
so.
Jay.
I didn't even see it live. So when I was doing the whole exercise, I saw like other people there raw and everything. But it was only when I watched the replay back, I was like, hang on a second, what's he doing in the corner? He's just like tearing apart his whole office.
Maybe it's easier in the room by yourself. I think
Are you that scared? I'm gonna hit you, don't worry.
something
Yeah.
will come flying.
Yeah, but I always tell the story of Roy. Like, after that as well, he ended up becoming the guy that broke all the records for generating organic leads. I mean, this guy would generate
There you
organic
go.
leads like it was. What's that?
Maybe he needed to smash his computer to get to that point where like I need to get a new one now, so I gotta get some.
Yeah. So you got to pay for it with the leads. But like literally after that, I mean, this guy was generating leads with ease, and it was like in one weekend he generated like 90 leads with one organic post in a weekend. And I believe again it's because of that resonance that came through, as he fully believed in his himself and his mission, with what he was bringing forth. So yeah, it's as they say, they can take the lion out of the jungle,
Out
but
of
they
the
can't
jungle. So you
can't
take
take the
the
jungle
jungle
out
out
of
of
lion.
the lion.
Exactly. So maybe all this time you've been out the jungle, and
Actually, to be honest, I don't like that saying because lions don't live in the jungle. They live in
where
the bushveld.
they live where? The
Lions
bush,
don't live in the jungle. They live in the bushveld, the bush.
bushes. You can take the.
A,
It doesn't
no,
sound as
a
good.
bush
I'm
is
just
a
you
bush
can
is
take
not the same as a jungle.
the lion. You
Gotta
can't
be
take.
specific.
You gotta be specific when you talk to an African about where the lion lives because he does not live in a jungle.
More or
Wow.
less
Yeah, he does have more rights than humans in South Africa anyway.
one of the big five.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed with that. I really thought lions were in the jungle. I
Yeah, no. They wouldn't survive in the jungle.
feel like my whole childhood
They
is a
need
lion.
the grasslands. That's what we call it bushveld in Afrikaans, but it's the grassland. Grassland. That's where the lion lives. So he
Mm.
blends in.
Wow. Thanks for
But it doesn't sound the same as
no.
the king of the grassland. So it's all marketing, you see.
In Lion King, they called it the Pride Lands, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking about as well. I was like, damn, Lion King was lying to me, but maybe they weren't if it was just the Pride Lands.
But the Lion King is grassland if you look at it.
It's not the
It's not a
jungle.
jungle. No. Jungle is like in the Congo where the baboons are the what
Like
do
the
you call
Amazon,
them?
that type of thing.
Like the Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, where the gorillas live. That's
Well, there you go. You learn something new every day.
yep. Don't get technical about lions. We're South African.
Do they have like a lot of lions in South Africa? Is that like
Yeah.
no?
Yeah,
Yeah. In the back garden, we got a few there.
white ones.
Nah. They're mostly protected now because of the poaching. But yeah, the numbers are going up
Wow, they're going up. That's
in
good
the
though.
in the game reserve there.
Apparently, there's around over 8,000 lions held in various facilities, and the wild population is about 3,500 lions. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's they've done good conservation with the lions, but it's
Hmm.
better. Now. It's much better. Now I just need to help the elephants out and the rhino.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it. Alrighty then. I'm gonna look at the first hour that you did in the replay. Should be good. But where do we find it on the classroom now?
You mean the replays?
Yeah. What are the replays? What did you do today? What is it called? Attraction marketing.
The posts, you mean?
Yeah. Did you put out a video or was it just you said something in the intro post to this
Okay, so I
live?
think I know what you're referring to. But what I'm going to do in terms of making the attraction marketing course is I'm going to film a few videos around um, like the attraction marketing and then put it into the classroom under the
Okay.
attraction marketing 101. Now,
Mm.
the let me change the title of that too. So I haven't done that yet, and the reason why is because I was mainly like getting all the content downloaded for myself into my own conscious mind, and then now I've got something that I can put together. But what I would say is, if you go into the vault, right? So
Yeah.
I can share my screen real quick and show you what I'm referring to. I actually think that you don't need all the videos. The main reason why I'm doing the videos is because I am doing it not just for yourself, but I'm doing it like for all the future people that are coming in.
Yeah.
So if I quickly go to the screen share, I'll show you what I think is going to be super helpful for you in your attraction marketing. So if you go to the classroom,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you should be able to jump into the library. All right, so this is
Yeah.
all the workbooks that you can access, and it will be under the business one. Where if you go to the one that is the game of attraction marketing over here,
There.
yeah, this one has like a really in-depth breakdown on the game of attraction marketing, and you will not only learn about like the main rules of the game, the laws, the mindset behind it, the inner game. But what I love most about this is that it's literally like following a program where it tells you everything that you've got to do in the game that you want to play. Because in attraction marketing, there's 8 different games that you've got to master if you want to play at the highest level. And when you look at it, like, you don't even have to do that much in order to get paid with this and to get paid well. So you don't have to fully master like every single game. But if you aim to master every single game, then not only does that ensure most amount of success, but it also really positions you as that leader and authority who other people will follow more with ease. Requires a lot less sales. So
Okay.
I start with like the simulation, for example. Number one, this is just you being able to gain that confidence, where you're more so learning the game and just playing with stabilizers, essentially. So you can do a little bit of reading, and each one of them, how I've designed is that it's kind of like, with Kung Fu, you go from white belt to black belt.
Yeah.
It's nothing with this, and you get there through either the results or you get there with the actions that you're taking. So with this, it's more about the actions. I think a lot of that's been done in the simulation. Like, you're probably around about maybe an orange belt, green belt with the simulation game. So this is probably not the area which you want to focus on the most. Then there's the action, which is game one. So when you look at what a white belt would be, it's like 14 consecutive days posting. I think you've easily got that 20 total posts. So you kind of got some volume there. Maybe the only thing that wants to be improved on is like how long the content is. Because if you're just putting out a written post, then you can measure that in time, since people will take maybe 30 seconds to read it, sometimes even 5 or 10. So it's not really that high volume. When you want to go for higher volume, then you go to video. That's like the easiest way to increase that. So I think that you can improve the volume, but it's not been bad, because you've kind of got like the volume done in 2 areas, which is the day streak as well as the total amount of posts. Now, after you go to the action game, the resonance realm, this is the next part where I truly believe you are going to experience the biggest shifts, because your voice is going to go from just being echoed, like it says, to now like being carried, now having that roar to it. So how you're going to notice this is just simply by what are the reactions that people are giving you. And to be fair, like, I think even I commented on one of your posts today, because I could,
Today's one. Yeah.
this is the rawness that's coming out. I was like, this is what we want to see. And you'll notice that your target audience, your followers, they will start commenting as the first thing that they will do to reflect that raw coming from you. So you can start like working and aiming for for more of this, more comments, more people um, to respond. And to be honest, like, I mean, in my whole career, like I've definitely on live videos, like I've had a lot more than 10 comments, etc. But on my Instagram profiles, like I haven't really had more than 10 or 25 comments on any one post. So you can do pretty well with some of the lower ones. But if you get good at this, then imagine what it'd be like when people are not just commenting, but they're sharing what you're saying, how much it's resonating and how powerful that they find it. So there's the resonance one I think you can definitely be working on. But then after this, you go into the lead game. So the lead game is what actually helps you to make your income, because if you're not generating leads, then how are you going to be able to get any customers and clients? So now with the lead game, it's like you're transforming attention into actual context, and you're just going to measure it through how many leads that you're generating. And with these posts, it's not what we call a brand building post, which is a post where you're giving value and your main aim is just give as much as you possibly can without asking for anything in return. But a lead post is where you actually ask for something back. You're like, hey, I've got this offer that I put out there. I think it's going to be really great for you. Comment down below if you're interested in this particular thing. And if you're getting like 10 leads on a single post, you know you're doing a pretty good job, and that will perform well with money that's spent on it too. So this is, if you want to be able to play the game of investing, which is another one of the games, if you are able to do the resonance and the lead well, it means that you'll never lose money with investing. Like you're always going to generate leads. You're always going to generate leads for people who are actually in your target audience. You're going to find that you're going to get good results with that. So that takes us to game 4, where now it is starting to put money into your ads. So as a white belt, like you're going to start off and you're just going to put in like £150 in ads within a single month. If you do that, then you've been able to like actually get this milestone achieved with your own ads. And this is the beginning stages. And to be honest, like I actually know, like I remember I went to Japan and I was speaking with a guy who, he's got a 6-figure business, and he was literally saying to me that, you know what, I still only invest like £10 a month in my ads. From that, being able to generate, 5 figures in a month. And I'm like, well, part of the reason why is because he's got a high ticket offer, but the second is because it's actually a good ad and there's resonance, it's a good target audience. Everything else prior in these foundations is in check. So everybody wants to rush to this part, which is rush to investing. And I'm not saying don't do that, because I think it can actually light a fire under your belly when you're more committed. And you're playing the game, you're getting feedback, because this gives you more feedback. So I'm not saying don't do this, but I definitely think that it's not wise to start just upping ad budget without nailing all of these parts first. So this is like scaling your ads, whereas this is more like just doing the work and actually doing the basics, the foundations. And then after that, it gets to, more high level stuff, becoming that authority. And I think you've been doing quite a few of the high level things, which is creating your own assets in the form of ebooks, playbooks, things like this. But I feel like, to be honest, with these playbooks and ebooks, they become a lot easier to make when you have clients, target audience, and they're expressing the pain that they want you to solve. So then you can easily go and make something that you know is going to be beneficial for them. But the fact that you've already done a little bit of this is good for credibility. Then you go into recruitment. This is where you actually have not just yourself that is roaring and bringing in leads, but now you've got others. And then there's the leadership. So you're helping them to ascend, helping them to find their gifts and power within, and then finally move on to the legacy game. And this is where it's like really starting to build that legacy with movements that you're building offline as well as online, people attending your events, workshops, retreats, everything like this. So this is the game all here. No guesswork. You know exactly what to focus on, what to do, every level. You can identify what needs improvement, what you got to work on, and it's super easy to follow. So the only thing that I'm going to do when I'm putting out my videos is maybe like give a little bit of walkthroughs, practicals as to how you can maybe make things a little bit better, how it can work better. But to be honest, as long as you just follow this and you go ahead and you're willing to make mistakes and go through that process, then you should be able to do really well with it. Just take that action.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a look at it tomorrow.
Say again?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, most welcome.
I'm gonna have a look at it tomorrow.
Yeah, have a look at it tomorrow, and let's see if we can start seeing this new version of yourself that is making it rain, bringing the raw forwards.
Yeah. Alrighty then.
All
I'm
right.
gonna go now.
Sounds good. Thanks for jumping on, as always, and hopefully you took some value from the call.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Lots of value
Yeah.
there.
Most welcome, and my pleasure. So, yeah, we'll see you next time. And
Maybe tomorrow?
oh yeah, I'll be here. So as long as you're
Yeah.
here, then we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good night.
Ah,
Good night,
take-
Catherine.
Good night, Yasmin. I'm going to go as well because I'm actually procrastinating. I'm supposed to be writing a poem for my friend's wedding, which
Yeah.
I have to give her by tomorrow.
Mhm.
And I've started it. And I'm not really procrastinating because I did start it earlier and I wanted to join mostly just to say that I actually shared my reel about my mother's circle. I recorded it and shared it, and it was really hard because it was I think speaking to you about the whole concept of it made me come back to the authentic reasons why I had come up with the idea in the first place. And then I was like, okay, so I need to actually let the people know it exists now. And yeah, I did it on my Instagram.
Just to be clear, when you say you say the authentic reel.
Yeah, well, yeah, I made a reel about the mother's circle that I'm running on Wednesday for the
Ah,
first time.
got you. So,
Yeah.
so the one that you wanted to go and put out there, and you also had it as an idea, but you weren't actively like promoting. So
Yeah, like I had only really told my friends about it because I was like, oh, maybe for the first one I'll just invite my friends, and then I was like, actually, like that's an okay idea, but there's absolutely no reason why I can't also promote it online. Because
awesome.
I realized how much that the let me just share it with my friends was just like hiding cat. So
Mm.
I had to be like out in the world ready to share things properly cat instead. And I've got some lovely feedback from my friends because I was like, I did have a draft version because I wanted to do it yesterday, but I didn't finish it yesterday. And I had to go out and I didn't finish the editing. So I shared what I had so far with my friend and I was like, can you just tell me if it looks like me? Because like she's been in sister circles with me. That's where we met. So like from the first time she met me, she's seen me being like radically authentic compared to how we are in most spaces.
Yeah.
So I was like, just tell me if it looks like me or if it looks like I'm nervous or if it looks like I'm like, you know, reading from a script or overcompensating for something. And she was just like, no, it really looks like you. She was like, I didn't want it to end. I was just listening to you talk and I was like, oh wow, that's amazing. So and now everyone else from the sister circle has seen it and they've been like putting loads of encouraging messages in the group and I'm just like, I did it. Even though there was so many things that gave me the ick about it, like with my inner critic just shouting so loud about so many silly things. But I was like, progress over perfection.
What was the inner critic saying then for you more than
Uh,
anything?
just that like I look tired,
Right.
like visually. I look tired. I should have worn mascara because it would have opened up my eyes a bit more. Um, like just that my delivery was maybe a bit flat or not animated enough. And when you're trying to fit everything you want to say into like under 3 minutes, you're always going to be watching it and be like, oh, I should have said this as well. I should have said this as well. I should have said this as well. But then if you say every single thing about the thing that you're passionate about, you're going to talk about it for half an hour because you're passionate about it.
Yeah,
So it was
that's my
that, yeah, like it was that whole thing of like being concise and also like knowing that I didn't want to be sitting there for like 2 hours to edit one single reel. Because that's something that I find time consuming, is like being way too much of a perfectionist about things. It makes it everything take so much longer. So I was like, yeah, I just had to do it. So I did it. And I've
congrats.
kind of like released attachment to the outcome as well. I
Yes.
feel like whatever happens, I've done my thing now. Like I've done the best I can to let the world know that this is there for them, and I pray that the people that need it the most will find it in time. And if not,
Yes.
there's always next month.
Yes. This is it. Like, you just got to worry about your part and then let God take care of his part, because he will. And especially when you're essentially doing his work more than anything. So if you view it as though you're doing it because of what you can get, then you're not exactly going to be doing his work. You're just doing something to fulfill your own desire. But
Mm,
doing it because of what you can give, then that's now you assisting him in his work. And so, like, even the content that will be flowing through you, it's going to be content that's coming from him as inspiration. And it will then essentially be that it's like he's got his own marketer that's working for him, and so he'll give you assistance here and there by placing people in the moments, the places of which they're going to be able to actually hear your message, because that's what
mm,
you can't control. You can only control the delivery, the way that you express it, and how you feel, how you show up. That's all within your control. So make sure that you do your best in that particular area. But as long as you give your best, then you know he's gonna do some wonderful things that become miracles for you, of which you're like, wow, I didn't even realize that this person was watching me and they came and reached out. Or you might end up, maybe not even from the content, but just a different day, like somebody randomly meets you in a place you're never expecting it, and they're like the ideal audience. And this is
mm,
things start happening, these synchronicities start to unlock, because you're now like shining your light as this beacon, and more people are beginning to come into your environment and your atmosphere. So whilst you're hiding, like, none of this is even possible. But
exactly.
as soon as you go and take the action and share it, like, once, it then goes from being 100% impossible to slightly possible for a miracle to unfold. And even 1% possible is, it's all that it takes, it's all that it needs.
Mm,
Because if you think about it, when we're talking about these miracles, there's nothing that God can do that is like, nothing that he can put in front of you that could potentially change the rest of your life. So I give you one example of one of my mentors who, he was literally a guy that had no experience in his own business, and he had no clients, nothing like that. But in his business, he ended up falling in love with whatever he had, and he just started like going live and posting these videos and being super passionate about what he was talking about, even though he wasn't exactly the most polished, put together person, but he just was sharing authentically from his heart. And then he met a guy on a bus in Thailand that didn't see any of his content, but it was the perfect guy to speak with, because that one guy now, after like 7-8 years of them actually partnering together in business, has helped him to generate like 10 million in sales within his organization. And the guy who was originally sharing most passionately, he wasn't the main guy that took it to that level. It was this other guy that came in, that he attracted, right? So what I'm basically saying is that, like, this is all the power of one that gets to unlock once you start taking your one action step that you're most afraid of, because that's
Mhm.
another that the miracles unlock once you start walking in faith. And you're walking in faith if you're walking towards fear. You're walking towards the thing that you're most scared of.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that down.
Which part? Because I said a lot.
Like, yeah, walking in faith, and the fact that that means walking towards fear.
Yeah.
Because that, we were talking about the transition from nervous to excited.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, yeah, I've started it. I've started now. The spark is sparking. Like, soon I'm gonna be excited, purely excited to post reels. Probably still nervous as well, slightly, but the balance is gonna tip pretty soon, I think.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it was even just the fact that I did share. It was just one little thing that I said about how motherhood has been like one of the most isolating experiences of my life,
Mm-hmm.
and for me to share that on a public platform on this internet, where people are going to be like, oh, but don't you love your kids and blah 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 blah, like, and I'm not really genuinely expecting people to say that, but that was like, oh, my inner critic was like, well, you should have balanced that statement by saying it's also beautiful and it's also this and it's also that. And I was like, I didn't, because that's not what this is about. It's not, the circle is not for, I mean, anyone can come to circle and share whatever they want to share, whether they want to share the joys or the highs or the lows of whatever they're going through. But what I was speaking to directly was that isolation.
Mm.
And I'm glad that I didn't compromise on that and try to make it more um, palatable for whoever might not understand it.
Yeah. Because now you're going to repel the people that don't, and you attract the people who are actually the ones that can be in your soul tribe, not your ego tribe. So
Mm,
um, the um, the the way that you are now taking a lot more ownership of the flaws that you may have, or maybe the darker sides of your story, the parts that are not as pretty. It's a little bit uglier, and it's the thing that um, makes it so that it's no longer this picture perfect expression of your life. Like, that's what people will truly um, resonate with, and they'll have a new sense of respect for you. So this is the thing, is that if you saw the post that I did for the announcement post for this page, I put on the end scene of the movie 8 Mile. Have you ever seen 8 Mile before?
a long time ago, yeah. I can't actually remember off the top of my head what the end scene was.
You got to watch just the video that I put on the post. It'll inspire you.
So I was just thinking, I don't think I have you on Instagram. I think I found you through. No, I think I did find you on Instagram. But now I'm thinking, like, I don't know what your account is.
Okay. It's the same name, Muhammad Adam
Okay,
Ali. Um, but
I'll
yeah,
check and make sure I'm following you from both of mine.
yeah. I mean, I would recommend more than anything you follow my YouTube now, because I I'm moving away from like going into posting on Instagram, just because how you were saying about like being able to like really give everything and be passionate and share long form. I don't feel like I can do that on Instagram the same way that I can on YouTube. And at the end
Yeah.
of the day, people are looking for that on YouTube, and I love doing this compared. So I kind of reached this point where I was like, just feel like I'm holding back on Instagram. I don't want to hold back anymore. So I decided to pivot platforms. And
You can also, like, with the YouTube, with the long form content, you can chop it up and make little, you know, little reels that will kind of direct people towards your YouTube.
exactly, yeah. So the idea is that I'm gonna get loads of long form and then repurpose for shorter,
Nice.
more digestible stuff, and just have a lot that I can put out there. It's just that the repurposing is a little bit more manual work, and I'm not going to do that to begin with as much as a focus. Most of it's going to be putting out the long form initially. Give the content first, and then
Yeah.
digest it.
And
But
that's
no,
the kind of thing you can do, you know, you can recycle it as many times as you want. Like, you could pick a YouTube video that's a year old, make a reel about it, and then
yeah,
it's still going to be new to the next person that watches it.
exactly. Yeah. So this is what I was thinking. It was like I remember in my first year because I was doing all the maths, and I was like, how much content I've made has reflected the amount of success that I've had in my business with attracting people. My first year, I made like maybe about 10, 20 videos where they were about 3, 4, 5 minutes each. They weren't the best quality. They were horrible, actually. That's a real overstatement. They were horrible. And I was just like reading from a piece of paper, and was super nervous when I was doing it. But I got it out there, and I got like one person that paid me like £77 for a really small offer that I was putting out to the world back then, a humble offer. So that was like my first year. And then after that, the next year, I started to put out a little bit more. Like I used to do these web classes, sometimes 45 minutes long, and I was getting more of those £77 people coming through, which was great to see. But I just noticed that it got to the point where, like last year, I think that's when I made the most amount of content that I'd ever made, and it was roughly around about 12 to 24 hours worth of content, not 12,
Wow.
but 12 videos. I was like, okay, that translated to doing multiple six figures in revenue. And the only thing that's really changed is not just, to be honest, the only thing that made me change was the amount that I was putting in with this content. So then I was like, damn, I've been looking at this really stupidly because I've not been tracking the amount of content that I've been putting out. I've also just been tracking like the views and the comments, etc., but not the inputs. And then I was like, okay, so what if I just like 10x'd the amount that I'm putting out with content, and no longer it's just like 24 hours? What if I put out like 240 hours of content in a single year? What would happen then? And I was just like, I have no idea, but let's just see. So doing 240 hours of content is, on average, it's like 1 hour of content a day. And if I'm putting out sometimes videos that have hours of content, then that's enough to really hit that number that is like high volume. So I believe as well, like it's great because it challenges you to start thinking about content completely differently. Because when
Mm.
when you're just aiming for 10 videos or 10 posts a day, written posts, when you're just aiming for something like so small, you don't creatively think about like what can you do to be so consistent or to put out so much value, what can you talk about, etc. And it's your brain that's not challenged. But then when you start thinking bigger, you get bigger ideas, and the quality ends up becoming a lot better as well. So yeah, I'm currently on that journey. Just recently started, and it's the beginnings for my YouTube. But like initially, it's just going to be in making it, getting out the volume, and then afterwards, it'll be actually be like the distribution and
Yeah,
the
that makes sense.
yeah the putting of it on all the different platforms, etc. Bringing people, because here's what I'm thinking: the worst thing that I could possibly imagine happening is, you have your ideal client, your soul avatar, that comes through and you've only got like 2 hours worth of content to send them, when they would be delighted to sit through like 3 hours of content every single day for a year of what you're putting out, because like you're the only person talking about what you're talking about the way that you're talking about it.
Mhm.
So I'd much rather like have it all there, just in case that person is going to be like, yeah, I'll sit through every bit of it. And it's so perfect as well, because the amount of leverage that you then have in being able to not only connect with them, educate them, sell everything like this. You have so much leverage, because once you've done it once, it will repeat hundreds of times over with different people. So it's a real cheat code there. And to give you like my numbers from last year, really all it was we had about 20 odd people that were willing to pay for a 5-figure offer that I was putting out there. And those 20 people were out of maybe like a few hundred that went and watched roughly 12 hours of content that I'd made, or some of it at least. And it was just a small few of them were like, yeah, hell yeah, let's do this. Let's move forward. We want to work with you. So if I was to actually speak individually with that amount of people, if I was to speak with 500 people for 12 hours each, I don't even think I'd have enough time in the day.
Yeah, that's true.
It became possible, this physically impossible thing, through my content. So that made me realize like what's truly possible. And another thing with it is, if you only have 12 hours of content, the maximum that somebody can ever watch is going to be 12. And most people don't want to do the maximum. Most people want to do what feels like it's reasonable, the bare minimum. So they'll maybe watch like 3 or 4. But if you put out like 100 hours of content, then what feels reasonable is no longer just, 1 or 2 hours, but people are like, yeah, I'll probably watch like 20, 30 hours of content. It's got like 100. So it's the same thing with when you go all the way to like a super small amount of content. If it's only reels that you've got on your Instagram page where they're 2 to 3 minutes long, and you've got like 100 of them, well, that's 300 minutes, which is only like a couple of hours maximum. Chances are they're only going to watch like 20 minutes. It's rare that somebody will do the maximum and watch like the whole thing.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
yeah. And the studies show, like, when it comes to gaining what's called a high ticket client, somebody that's willing to pay thousands of pounds for an offer up front, the studies show that there's a rule, which is, I think it's something like 4, 7, 11. And how it works is that they have to watch your content across 4 different platforms. It has to be at least
Yeah.
7 hours, and like there's something like that. So if you're trying to get that done and you only have 2 hours of content, like there's no way you can have a high ticket client that's going to come through. But if you have got hundreds of hours of content and somebody comes and just watches like 7 hours of it, then doesn't matter what they've watched, doesn't matter if they've watched like all the specific videos, as long as they watch some 7, they're going to build up a level of trust, which is enough to go and make that kind of commitment. So, that's the way that you want to be like really thinking about it, is in this day and age where trust is just so scarce. Before, people could easily just get on a phone call, random stranger on the internet, and give them a whole bunch of money for something of which would promise them certain results, because people were very trusting in that economy. But now, because of all the people who have just been able to replicate that, but not been able to deliver on their promises, people have developed these walls and resistance to being sold anything. So nobody wants to just give their trust away like that. You have to work for it. But the other good thing about it is that nowadays people are consuming more content than they ever have before, but there's not as much of a supply of content that's meeting the demand. So whilst the consumption rate of content is rapidly climbing, in correlation to the supply of content, it's going in the direction of there's more people consuming than there is people who are supplying, which just means that there's more opportunity.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah. So basically right now, like, we're in a really interesting time. The game is getting easier for the producers, but I don't think it's going to be this easy for a while, because at the moment you can still put out content where you're performing and people will digest it, they'll be okay with it. But I do believe that with AI coming in, and like, you can just put out a digital avatar that will literally replicate everything that you're saying and speak it in a similar tone. I believe that people will start to develop a distaste for that performance content so much, because there'll be such an influx of content. There will be a lot more supply. And then the only way that you'll truly be able to stand out is by how authentic and real that you've personally been with what you've put out. So the game is shifting, and it might look like it's going to get harder, but I personally think it's going to be easier, just for the people who are aware of what direction the wave is going in. This wave of opportunity is not going towards more performance, more more editing, more polish. It's actually going in the direction of rawness, realness, authenticity, live, not curated. People are just going to completely move away from that, because this is one thing that I noticed for myself, is that some people say to me all the time, they're like, you're really difficult to entertain. Like, it's difficult to make you laugh. And I'm like, yeah, it is difficult to make me laugh, because back when I was in school, like, I was the entertainer. So I would make everybody else laugh, and I knew all the jokes, and I could entertain myself really well, better than anybody else could. And then it got to the point where it was like, whenever I was watching these videos on Instagram and stuff like that, at first it was entertaining, because I would like go and watch the pranks, etc. And I just like watch hours of them, be entertained, watch the comedy skits. And then I realized, like, all of this is just like the same punchline, the same rubbish. And my entertainability got so low. Entertainability would measure how easily it is for you to be entertained. So my entertainability was so low that I started to notice, okay, this is the type of content that is going to be necessary for the future, because I could really have more taste in terms of highest form of entertainment, because the lowest form of entertainment is just futile, jokes that don't have any substance to them. And people are just going to get bored of that real soon, with the amount of AI versions of this that will come out. And then later down the line, what will start to happen is, like, the next levels of entertainment will become the new standard, where entertainment is not just about like being entertained by how you laugh, but it's also being entertained by how you're inspired. And that's how I see things moving. Not just being inspired, being educated, like actually receiving value. That's where I believe the world is going. They're just kind of becoming numb to being duped into having their attention that is literally being robbed. Because I think another thing that I was talking to somebody earlier on today about how her son has ADHD, has autism, has like these things. I'm hearing this story almost every day from a parent that I speak with, that their children are suffering with these problems. And I believe that the future that we're going into, like, people will feel as though they have been duped, and that they do want to like have a social media detox. And then if they are going to come back to it, like, maybe they'll come back for value. I feel like this is kind of the world that we're waking up to now. And kids who are getting exposed to this earlier than adults, because we got it when we were older, kids that are getting
Yeah.
exposed, they'll probably go through this transition quicker, which is, I believe, like one of the reasons
Mm.
when you look at people like Andrew Tate, when he came on the scene, kids were loving him and listening to hours and hours of him, not just being funny, but he was also giving them genuine value on how to become better men, how to build business and stuff like that. The kids were liking that more, and they were like 15, 16, 17. And that's just one example of, an influence like that that's come about. I believe that there's going to be a lot more that are naturally going to come to the surface, and the kids will be gravitating more and more towards actually getting something that's going to be beneficial for themselves, because they'll have experienced the reality of like the drug of social media
Yeah, for sure.
sooner than an adult. Like I'm seeing now, there's people on TikTok jumping on there 50, 60 years old for the first time, and like at like 60, they're experiencing that drug for the first time. So they get addicted. They then have to go into like rehab and everything like that, but it takes them longer. And the kids have already gone through it, when they're young.
Yeah, no, I like that hypothesis because I find it quite like I think I'm addicted, and especially now that I'm actually using it again to actually post and stuff. It's even like almost addictive to keep going back and checking, like, has anyone else watched? Has anyone else
Oh yeah,
engaged? Like all that kind of thing. And it's like
that's a
I've
different
yeah,
challenge that social media has, because the actual people who experience the biggest mental health difficulties with it aren't the ones that are just the NPCs that are
just
scrolling.
consuming, yeah.
Consuming. It's the ones that are producing. They're the ones that have to go through the most mental health challenges. But of course, like on the back, what comes out of that is the healing and the growth. So it could be really beneficial too. But yeah, that's that's definitely something you've got to be able to overcome.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting with the kids. Like even tonight we were listening to an audio story as the boys were in bed, and then Kian just went, "Mama, I never had a tablet with a Sonic game on it." And I was like, "Yeah, you're right. You haven't had a tablet with a Sonic game on it." And he's like, and normally when he says things like that, it's like he wants me to. He's very strategic with how he communicates things. Like just as an example, like we were at the park one time and I got talking to another mum
Mm-hmm.
and ended up sitting down with her on her picnic blanket, and then the boys came over and were talking to her as well, and then she got out a little container of grapes to feed her baby,
Mm-hmm.
and then Kian was like, "We can share with our friends." Like he didn't ask for it, but he said what he needed to say to inspire the woman to share the grapes with him. So when he's saying to me, "Mama, I never had a tablet with a Sonic game on it," it's like he's trying to inspire me to give him one, or like tell him when he's going to get one or something.
Yeah.
And it made me think like, wow, like you're nearly 4, and they've only ever used my phone when it's been locked, and they've picked it up and started doing stuff. And even just from that, Kian has actually become quite a good photographer.
Mm.
And he also figured out how to get to like the emergency contact info and the medical info that I didn't even know was a thing. And it has this little cartoon of a piece of toast, and he used to call it the mystic toast. And I was like, how did you find the mystic toast? And he'd find how to press the emergency call button, and he'd say, "Oh, Mama, I'm writing numbers, and like found so many things to do with this locked phone. But I think I have a lot of resistance around screens with them, because I know how it's been with me when it comes to like chasing dopamine and going through phases of like addictive cycles with it. I think the first time I actually experienced addiction, I can remember it. I can't remember exactly how old I was, but one of my parents' friends lent me a Sega Game Gear,
Mhm.
and I was playing Sonic the Hedgehog on it. And I remember actually being so addicted to this game, like wanting to do that, or like my mum or dad going like, "Oh, let's go and I don't know, play outside, or do you want to do this?" And I'll just be like, "No." Like all I wanted to do was play Sonic, and I remember going to bed and I could like see the levels behind my eyes when I closed my eyes, like because I had been so sucked into this game,
Yeah.
and like thankfully it wasn't mine to keep, then I had to give it back. I don't know what the withdrawal was like. I don't remember that part, but it's um it's an interesting place that we're in now with that, because like you say, like there's so much out there. Like a lot of when I do find myself scrolling, it doesn't last long because I just see so much stuff that's just so um empty and meaningless, and like it's not it's not stimulating, but on some very low frequency level it is stimulating me, because it's like you can just flick through, you can see something new every 3 seconds, and your brain, your neurochemicals are like "Drrrr." And it's interesting. Yeah, I really like that hypothesis about like from this oversaturated phase we can then transcend it into a more refined way of using it, and those who really want to um access like valuable uplifting content will seek it out more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. People get bored. Like, I mean, even think about it from this perspective, right? When so there's two things I'll give to you. Number one, if you just simply observe where people have the most amount of not just attention but devotion from their audience, it's not coming from the people who are putting out Instagram reels, becoming influencers through having like millions of followers on there. And it's not even through the people on just YouTube that are putting out podcast content, long form, and things like that. But it's actually coming from the people who are the streamers. And the evidence of this is they did the Soccer Aid, where
Yeah.
they all the celebrities that come on. And so there were celebrities that first came, like movie actors and those performance and things like that. And when they came on the pitch, like they got a decent applause from the audience. Then like the influencers came out, who the Instagram influencers and people who were popular in TikTok and things like that. They got a bigger applause than even the celebrities. And then after that, there was the next one where it was the like the podcasters on YouTube putting out long form content. They got like a huge applause. And then finally, it was the streamers. And when the streamers came out, these are people who are just not even putting out valuable content, but they're just literally sat in their rooms. I don't know if you've ever seen people stream on things like Twitch and these platforms, but it's just like
No,
literally, oh, it's crazy. Like, I mean, just if you want to know where the world is going, I would go to Twitch just to
I've
see.
literally never even heard of it. That's crazy.
Yeah. So basically, it's a thing that's been around for a while, but it was more so just for gamers. Now they've like transitioned it, so they've got the gamer part of it, but now there's also like IRL content, in real life content. And if you just go on the platform and you take a look at what people are putting out there as content that people are tuning into and they're loving it, um, is like people just like literally sat down in their pajamas, just spending time with the camera, talking to the audience, or playing games. But they're just like hanging out with their audience for hours on end. And when you look at who the top streamers are in the world right now, like I don't know if you know, but there's the guy called I Show Speed. He's number one, and then there's another guy called Kai Cenat. Like some of these guys right now, like they just literally have been streaming for the last however many years, and have just absolutely exploded, like 19, 20 years old, from kind of like what KSI was doing originally with him going on YouTube and not necessarily streaming, he was putting out videos, edited videos, performing. These guys are just not even doing any type of editing. It's just raw, real, hours and hours worth of content. So you can't beat them in terms of volume, but also with authenticity, you can't beat them either, because none of it can be faked. And yeah, like the way that people applaud for these guys and showing that devotion is higher than any other type of content producer that's just putting out the curated performing content. So this is where the world is going, and this is only for, entertainment. If you look at what YouTube was like in the very beginning, there was no educational posts on there. There was no like people like Alex Hormozy or some of these educator influencers that were putting out value. It was more so just YouTubers getting famous from playing them type of games, right? Or prank videos.
Yeah.
So that's initially how it started. So what I see with every single one of these social media platforms is that initially when they get started out, it's more so something that's just cool, where kids are going on it. TikTok, it was just a cool platform for kids to go on and like dance videos, or like girls that were half naked and stuff like that. So people like that. Facebook wasn't an app that was something that had communities and groups and again, like value-based content. It was just literally people that were checking if somebody else was single. Like that was the main purpose as to why Mark Zuckerberg created it, and then it evolved into something else. So the way that I'm seeing like these live streaming platforms like Twitch, and even YouTube has YouTube Lives now, so that's another place that's doing it. But the way that I'm seeing it is that currently you can just tell that it's about to blow up and pop off, because number one, nobody is there like doing educational type of content. And if there is like one or two people I've seen, and they have got a really strong tribe audience of people that are following them. But number two is that you just look at what people are doing on those platforms, just having fun, and it being a genuine community space where there's not necessarily that businessy business strategy that's been poured into it, and people are on there just to go live and to do it organically. That's what's showing like the big opportunity with that platform. So yeah, like that's like the main aspect of it. But it's also, when you just think about everything I said with the AI, authenticity becoming so much more in demand, and how, like, because I always take it all the way as far as I possibly can in terms of what could potentially happen in the future. And how I see it is that eventually, let's say AI and robots just take over and nobody has jobs anymore. What then will be the way that people will be like actually living their lives, and what will people be doing with their time? More people will be consuming content in their homes the same way it happened in COVID time. So in COVID time, like everybody just went and they went into the world of social media, started to consume way more content than it ever had before, started to watch more Netflix and everything like this. And again, like your standard is going to have to raise in terms of what you will like to watch. And eventually get to a point where it's like, yeah, it's not enough for me to just be scrolling and watching these reels that I have 2 minutes to do on my lunch break. Now I'm going to have to like watch hours of content that actually stimulate me or I gain value from, because I have more of that time freedom. So it's it's an interesting, because I think even something like LinkedIn, at the moment they don't even have a feature to go live, I don't think. But imagine if they did, like that whole audience of people who, business professionals, people who are like the ideal avatar. That could be a game changer. This is why, like, when I saw that school were doing a live feature, I was like, oh my god, this is perfect, because everybody that comes on school, they're not coming for games, they're coming for education, they're coming for value. and that's only been very recent that they've just put this in. So yeah, that's
Yeah, definitely a game changer.
that's how things are going to be shifting. And why I love it so much is because, I mean, for me, it is just way more fun when you're able to go live, not have to edit for hours and hours on end.
Yeah.
Things like that. This is just so much easier. The game is just getting easier, but if you're not going to jump in when it's early, because I believe that we're early. Funnily enough, even though there's like millions of creators, I still believe we're early. But if you're not going to jump in early, you're going to be late, and if you're late, it's going to be hard because there'll be so much competition. But like right now, with the putting out authentic live content, long form, mass produce, there really isn't that many people doing it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's true. And it's funny, like your algorithm will obviously follow what it knows of you. So it's so easy to feel like, oh, the market is already saturated. Oh, there's so many other people doing this, there's so many other people doing that. But
There's not.
yeah, exactly. It's just they're all being thrown at you. You're being saturated with it because that's what algorithm knows that you're interested in or knows that you want. So
Yeah.
it's not a reason to feel like you don't have there's not a place for you out there.
No. And all you got to do in order to notice like how much opportunity that does exist is you just start not necessarily looking at your own feed, but you start looking at other people's feeds, and you start looking at like what's been shown to them on a day-to-day basis. And I look at like some of my friends' feeds, and it's like cat videos, food videos, prank videos, and I'm like, yeah, I remember when things was like that for me as well, when I was just, first jumping on social media, getting entertained. But got to the point real quick where I was like, I've had enough. I want to actually be in the game. So how I view it is that, like, it's a thing where it's kind of like a ladder, and you've got people who will initially get a social media account, not to post, but just literally to either stalk, or they'll get it to get used to it. And I see like a lot of adults doing this right now, because nobody wants to be last, but also nobody wants to be first. So all of like the 56-year-olds are like, oh shit, everybody's on this. Even my work colleagues are on this. I don't want to be last. So they're jumping on, and they're going through what I went through as like a 14, 15-year-old. And, they're getting on there, and they're just literally stalking everybody's accounts. And they start stalking their friends, they start stalking their family, but then it transitions, and now they're being fed content through the algorithm. And what they're being fed is like just reflecting more as to what their own preferences are in their life. So it could be, if they're a parent, there could be a lot of videos on there about children, or if they're someone who's like into cooking food, a lot of cooking videos or whatever. So it'll always start off like that, but then I feel like there's a desire that a person will start to cultivate after consuming so much content, that they're just like, I just want to play the freaking game myself. Because that's always what whenever I played, viewed sports, I could only view a sport watching it as a spectator for so long before I'd be like, I just gotta get in the freaking game, man. Like this is so boring. It's the same thing whenever I'd go to an event and I'd see somebody speak. I was like, I can only attend so many of these events without speaking on stage myself. Like I just can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah. So I think that everyone has that, but then not everyone has the same threshold before they get fed up and they're like, I just got to get in the game myself and play. and we'll probably see a lot more creators, because at the end of the day, it's just another leverage form of communication. So the way that people may have taken time to start texting each other back and forth, if you think about it, texting when it first came about, it was only something that like kids would do all the time on their phones. Now, when you look at adults are doing it all the time, sometimes even more than the kids. So I believe it'll be a similar thing here with social media, where people will kind of recognize that, oh, you know what, I can be putting content out there that will communicate a message to more people, so I don't necessarily have to spend so much of my own time doing these things. So they'll just see it as like a life hack almost. But people don't see that right now, because they don't understand what it is and how it works. They don't. When you say words like the algorithm, some people don't know what an algorithm is. You know, it blows my mind. But like you said, when you're in that bubble, then you kind of feel like everybody knows, everybody's at that same level of awareness, but they're really not. So the opportunity is still there. It's still big, but it's not going to be there forever.
Yeah, and what I find interesting is like it seems like every like month there's a whole new platform. Like I haven't used TikTok for a while, and I contemplated posting my reel onto my TikTok because I have a TikTok for the forex trading community that I've used a lot,
Yeah.
but I also have a TikTok for there's a hub for that, and I've never ever posted on there. So I was like, oh, could this be my first post? And I decided against it because I want to be a bit more strategic with how I open up sharing on that platform. But it was like the notifications were like, so and so has joined Lemon 8. Lemon 8 is a new da 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 da. And I'm like, bro, like we just had something else the other day. Like, what was it? Threads. Instagram came up with Threads. Now TikTok is trying to push people onto Lemon 8. And I'm like,
I don't even know what that is, to be fair. Yeah.
yeah, I don't really know what it is either, but I was just like, wow, like there's just so many things. And I think my biggest challenge is going to be like moving with it, because I think I can get a bit stuck sometimes. Not stuck, but like I like when things feel familiar. I don't like that feeling of like having to relearn something. Like I just went back to having a Windows laptop after only using Mac for like 15 years. And it annoys me every time I open it because I'm like, oh, when I press F3, it doesn't do that thing anymore. How do I do that thing on this laptop? And it's like it's not in my muscle memory to know how to use it. So I feel like that's an area where I can very easily develop a resistance. Is like something new, getting to know it. Like I only went on TikTok because my mentor in the Forex community was like, you have to go on TikTok. And when I first went on it, I found it so overwhelming because it's like it's like you're being blasted. Like it's like if Instagram is like a fan blowing air at you, TikTok is like a hairdryer in your face with the content. And then just navigating all of them. And I wonder where like I feel like at the moment Instagram is quite a dominant one and TikTok is quite a dominant one in another way. But which one is gonna have longevity? Like YouTube's not going anywhere, it seems like.
Yeah, I really believe that like YouTube is I believe YouTube is the future. Like I
The
really
one.
do. I think out of all of them, it's just it's when you really think about it, it's like Netflix but decentralized. Because
But is it decentralized though?
compared to Netflix, yeah.
Well, yeah, true.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of like I haven't investigated it, to be fair, but just stuff about like censorship and certain agendas and the algorithm on YouTube as well. People have been speaking on that at times, but you're going to get that. I mean, every platform is run by someone, and
I don't think you should buy too much into that, because like the thing is that the algorithm, as much as there may be censorship, it's kind of like, those people who in Christianity, like they'll come at you and be like, oh yeah, you got to watch out because like there could be evil eye, or like the devil's coming after you. The truth is that
mm,
the devil's not coming after you. The devil's coming after, and Satan's coming after like the ones who are like really shining, really making moves, because everyone else is just a slave to their own impulses. So it's not as if that's Satan. That's just your biological makeup. So I'd say it's like a similar thing with these YouTube platforms and stuff like that. No one's getting censored until they've actually been putting out tons of content that is
mm,
bringing in a lot of backlash or whatever. Because the way that the algorithm fundamentally works is that it works in such a way where if you are bringing attention and sustaining attention on your platform, to your channel, then it's going to go and share that with more people. That's
yeah,
literally
and I guess that's all it really wants you to do. I guess, yeah, when you think of it being decentralized, it's everyone's platform, and all it really wants is more consumption. It's not
yeah,
really that bothered about what it is.
exactly. It literally couldn't care less like what the actual content is, but the content reflects, in terms of how it moves, it reflects the way that the world is shifting and changing. So like over the last year, for example, these AI YouTube channels, like a lot of these have blown up. Not necessarily AI that is the YouTube channel, but people talking about AI. Those type of videos have done really, really well because it's something that's in the mass consciousness of people who are starting to like utilize AI a lot more, wanting to get more from it. So, we're going to see that the needs and demands of the market will be reflected in the content that's actually performing really well. And this is why, again, like I really feel like this live streaming authentic content right now is just simply reflecting more of what the market needs and wants right now, which is they want to be immersed in the experience with the people who are actually the 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 influencers, or the people in the channel. People would much rather like actually hang out with the the YouTubers or the influencers as opposed to feeling disconnected from them, because that's the culture that's actually been created through social media, is a culture where people are just super disconnected from people in their own community, families, etc., because of the way that their attention has been robbed by the algorithm. So through that disconnection, now it's created this need and this gap, like where people actually want to feel more connection, and if they can get it through community, which is the first way you'll experience that is through like live content, community in the comments. This is why I notice like what I personally do as my habits right now as well is that if I ever watch a YouTube video, like most of the time, and it was funny because I was sharing this with my cousin as well. Whenever I go to a YouTube video, a lot of the time I'll go to the comment section, and that is content that I consume. But he was saying that yeah, sometimes he doesn't even watch the video; he just goes straight to the comments. He don't care about
Mm,
what's in the video. So what is that reflecting? It's reflecting this common desire and need that people have for community. So yeah, this is why I believe that like if there was one platform that you could really go all in with, that would be the ideal platform right now. Like I definitely think YouTube is a good one for front facing,
mhm.
people to come and discover you, because at the end of the day, you can also have YouTube Shorts. So that's another way where people can discover you in a way which is a snippet. But there's there's the ability to have like long form content, and people will on YouTube go and watch like long form content. The other way is to look at like where's going to be communities that are going to be housed, and that's why like I'm right now on school, because Discord has communities that are pretty good in there too. The only thing with Discord is
Yeah.
that the audience isn't as engaged to learn and be educated. They're more engaged to be entertained. But yeah, like if school has this live feature, they got the community, and it's only getting better and better and better all the time, then I think this is a great place to house those people that come when you've eventually been able to get some reach from putting out like an enormous amount of content. Because that's another thing, is like there's two ways that people look at putting out content. Like you got one person on one extreme who's just hyper focused on making quality content, doing tons of research beforehand, having a crazy idea for it, going for the most viral thing. And sometimes that can work, where through like literally one video, you see people get like tens of thousands of views and people coming in like that, or even millions. And then on the other side of the extreme, you got somebody who's just literally putting out enormous amounts of content, and that's it. And so the question is like, which one ideally is it better to do and take as an approach? And there was a story that was told where it was basically they did a test of this. So they did it in a way which wasn't to do with content, but it was like something separate. And there are two groups of people, where one group had to make clay pots, and the clay pots that they had to make like essentially like the best clay pot that they possibly could. So the game was about who could make the best clay pot. So one team were just told that you've got to make one clay pot and make it as best as you possibly can. Spend hours making it as good as you possibly can, or days, how long you got. The other team, however, they were told that we just want you to just focus on making as many pots as possible. So they didn't get told what the goal was with quality. They just got told, make as many as possible. And what ended up was, even though this team made better pot than the first team made with their first couple, eventually, because they made so many, this other team, they started to make every single pot that was better than this one pot that this team focused on making quality. So what it shows is that like through you taking the path of volume, that is simultaneously choosing quality, because naturally you'll get good anyway.
Yeah, and then it almost gives you an opportunity to like refine. Like say you put out like 100 videos, but you like 10 of them are like cream of the crop, like you delivered perfectly, you're engaged, you're attracting the audience more to those ones. You give yourself that opportunity to have like ebbs and flows and imperfections, and then learn through that process.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically confirmed what I was kind of not wanting to completely set as an intention, but I am gonna. I think when I do go live on TikTok for the not like I don't mean go live because you need however many followers to go live, but I mean like when I start using that TikTok for my herbal medicine business, I'm gonna have to post daily. I'm gonna do 90 days of daily posting. I'm saying it now. I'm saying it out loud because
Yeah.
that's a good strategy for getting the just getting out there. The more you post, the more it lets you be seen, or the more consistently you post. So yeah, and it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to all be polished or perfect or long or short. It can just be a mix of whatever is available to me to post on that day. Like if I dedicate a day to recording, like say 3 reels a day or 4 reels a day twice a week, even, then that will give me enough content to keep it rolling. and just be intentional about what it is each, or like, you know, having a variation of different, like, what are the main things that I want to cover, what are the main types of posts that I want to do, and then like just have them on rotation,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's recipes or just me talking or whatever.
Yeah.
One step closer to having a plan.
Having a fan, is that what you said?
A plan.
Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, I mean, definitely a step close to having a fan, but the plan doesn't have to be complex. Plan is usually people make things too complex, and it's like if I go back to fitness, because that's an area of which I've I've been pretty good with for my entire life, and I think one of the biggest problems that I see with like women especially, but even guys that don't go into the gym or whatever, it's like the guys that don't go into the gym, the guys that don't work out, the guys that don't have good physiques, the women and everything like that, they know more about all the different type of plans and programs and shortcuts. They know more about that stuff than the guys that actually work hard in the gym. And a big part of the reason why is because they're just constantly looking for a way to do it that is easier than the actual work.
Mm,
So when you simplify it in the gym, it's like how do you lose weight and get toned or get strong? Just eat less, or if you want to put on size, eat more and train harder. Like do more reps and lift.
yeah.
That's it. Don't need to do crazy exercises, whatever. Just be consistent and do more. So it's the same thing with like social media as well. You don't have to like think about what all the content ideas. You don't have to think about like what's everything that I say. Just literally, how can you do the maximum and think of something that's so outrageous in terms of what you can have as your inputs, as opposed to thinking about the outputs, but just something that's genuinely outrageous, and then your mind will come up with a creative way to make that go and work. Now, you don't want to do it in such a way where it's like you're setting yourself up to fail, because otherwise you will just be beating up on yourself and you won't take any action. You'll procrastinate. But you
Yeah.
want to do something that you know you'll be able to commit to. So for myself, for example, I was like, okay, when it comes to me putting out like a high volume of content, what do I know I will 100% be able to sustain? And I was like,
Mm,
well, I think speaking to the public at first is probably just doing that consistently over time. It's not something that I feel like I'm totally competent in doing, like going live on my public profile like every single day. So here's what I'll do. Like I have a private community. I'll go live every single day in the private community and I'll generate like tons of content, repost that. When I went on TikTok and I did a 90-day sprint on TikTok, I was like, yeah, I know that I can post 3 times a day, 10 times a day, whatever. But I was like, what's the amount that I'm going to be able to do where I can just stick to doing that every single day? And I did like one post a day on TikTok for 30 odd days. And by day 25 or 30, I went from zero to having thousands of followers. And
wow.
on the like 12th or 13th day, it was crazy. Like I just got like one post that had tons of people comment saying that they were interested in my offer, which is like, whoa, this is crazy. This is mind blowing. And then not only that, but I duplicated that. I showed that to, I think I might have been talking about earlier on, this guy called Roy who was screaming at the camera. Duplicated that, taught him it, and he was able to get results even quicker because he was a kid and he knew more about TikTok, how it worked. I was putting out like terrible content. His was actually
Mm,
good, and he was making these accounts that were going to like thousands of followers within like 4 or 5 days,
yeah, that's
just
crazy.
the volume that he was putting out. So um, yeah, I mean, TikTok was a different animal back then. It was maybe about 2, 3 years ago. So I can't foresee it being as effective now. But I still am seeing like people go from zero to hero real quick on TikTok. So it is definitely possible. It's just, yeah, for me personally, that audience that I was getting from TikTok compared to the audience that I know is out there on places like YouTube, LinkedIn, it's a completely different kettle of fish. So not that I will completely stop doing more short form on those platforms, but just more so I want to at least give myself a chance to attract some whales. I don't just want to
Yeah,
be
yeah, for sure.
official. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, having some kind of a plan is it doesn't have to be like strict or perfect or really, really prescribed, but I just need to have boxes that I can tick, basically. That's why, I was saying I have an accountability tracker.
Yeah.
It's literally like it's just a table of boxes that I can tick every day. There's like I think 11 daily goals,
Yeah.
and each day is a little box for each goal, and then I if I do it, I exit, or I used to color it in. Um and it just gives you such an amazing visual of like now I'm like 3 weeks in at the moment to my current chart,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an 8-week chart, and I can see over those last 3 weeks like where I've been so on point and which line is like 99% filled in, and which line is like, oh yeah, that hasn't been going well, like haven't done this for 3 days. Like you can just see it very easily just on the wall. So I feel like I need something like that. um for I mean, I do have like I have posting on my I have posting my forex stories is one of them, and this time, for the first time, as well as daily goals, I've done weekly goals.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them is like post 3 times on TikTok on each account, but I'm not active on the herbal one yet, so I'll probably aim to be like stack up some content and get ready to start doing that from next week.
Yeah.
But it's like having those boxes to tick
Yeah.
makes it feel less overwhelming.
Yeah.
Because
Can
if
I?
I just think, oh, I need to do TikTok, it's like, oh, how do I do that? How many things do I post? What are the topic like? So if I just have like, say I have a chart and it's like, okay, once a week post a recipe, once a week just talk about something, once a week blah blah blah, then each one of those things just becomes a box that I can tick,
Yeah.
rather than the whole thing feeling like this mammoth task that I'm just gonna run away from and run away from until I like die.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it because that allows you to make the task nice and small and stay humble in the activity. And that was like
Yeah,
things that I kind of fell off with when I started to, grow and scale is I got really pulled in and sucked into doing all of the big vision, like all of the big type of work, but I wasn't doing the small daily habits that got me to the place where I could actually start growing and scaling. And I believe that that's because the ego started to whisper and be like, yeah, you don't need to do this stuff anymore. Like you're good. Um, but like real humility is being able to just have that nice little tick box that you can go, yeah, I've got my daily habit done. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, I mean, like, um, I was curious. You said that you've got both your forex and your herbal um, business that you're doing right now. My curiosity was just in um, two businesses means double the workload. What is the logic behind it, or is it not logical? It's more emotional.
Basically that the forex one is the only one at the moment that involves a passive element of income.
Right.
So, I mean, you could argue that it's not truly passive because I'm still having to be active online. But once the people, pardon?
What makes it passive?
Basically, so our community is sponsored by the broker. So we we don't get paid like just for signing people up or anything, but basically there's a saying in forex that the broker always wins because the broker will profit regardless of like whether your trade wins or loses.
Yeah.
But on people's winning trades, they basically share part of their profit with us.
Got you.
So it's money that the customer would never have seen anyway because it would have just been in the broker's pocket, which is what allows us to provide the community for free. So all the customers have to have is their capital that they trade with. There's
Yeah.
no monthly fee, there's no joining fee, none of that stuff because the broker pays us, so the customer doesn't have to pay anything.
So
So the more people you have, the more customers you have, the more well, they have to be actively trading, and the
mhm.
more capital they're trading with is the more money that you make basically, and you literally get paid every day. At 11:45 p.m., they will pay you your share of the profits for that day.
Right. But you have to have a minimum that you personally trade.
Um, the customers, yeah, there's a minimum investment that the customers have to put in order to join the community.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, so with regards to the herbal medicine thing, that's I'm still very much exchanging time for money in that role at the moment. So it's more limited, but I'll work towards a stage where there are other things going on, like, you know, like pre-recorded courses that can be sold, or like even just PDFs and ebooks and stuff like that, that you do the work once and you continue getting paid from.
Yeah.
But I'm not at that stage yet. So, um, and I actually am like passionate about both. I think for me, the Forex thing is all about like redistribution of wealth.
Mm.
Like investing and trading and stuff is not a space that was traditionally accessible to the average person. So, um, just like inspiring people outside of a linear income model of living. And even if you are in a linear income model of living, then having your savings do a little bit more for you than what they would do in the bank, kind of thing, is I feel like it's just a different branch of my purpose in terms of like I know my purpose is to help others.
Mhm.
I can do it through herbs, which means the person's going to have to pay me 60 to 80 pounds for a consultation, then they're going to have to buy herbs, then they're going to have to do whatever. But also that person who can't even afford to go get a massage could put £500 in a trading account and then by Friday withdraw their massage money. So I feel like it is kind of crazy trying to juggle both because I have such limited amount of time on my hands as a single parent, says the
Yeah.
person who just spent like 2 hours on a live call. But this is all productive stuff. So um it's I have contemplated it a lot, and I don't feel like I need to let either of them go. I just need to manage my time really, really effectively.
I think it's less of a question about what you would need and more of a question about what you would want.
What do you mean?
So um, when I say like needs versus wants, do you know what I mean by that, or is that the part that's unclear?
Yeah, well, like, because this is something that's been playing out for me in my life recently, like the needs versus wants, and having to constantly kind of check in with myself and really be aware of what side of that divide things are on, if that makes sense. So I'm curious to know, like, how you're applying that concept in this scenario and conversation.
Yeah. So the thing is that, of course, like when so here's the simple way to put it. Like, usually when you're looking at something that is a need, then it's something that is coming from scarcity, because you are not choosing based off of limitless abundance, but it's more like you're choosing because there can only be like an either or, and there's a lack. So
Mm,
that's usually somebody who's operating just within their what choosing based off of what they need, not based off of what they want, is only going to go for like the bare minimum of what is available. Whereas if you are focusing on your wants, then you might not even need it, but it's what you would want to have. So what I'm saying is that, like, there's certain things that we have in life that are basic needs, but the level of which you personally want to reach and attain will determine how much your needs will grow. So, for example, like certain people who they have got tons of wealth and money, for them, the having of a car that's not just a car, but it's like the newest car that has to work. For them, that might be a need, because they need it to have client calls, like pick them up, or for business or whatever. So the needs will start to grow. But no matter what level that you're at, when you focus on choosing the wants over the needs, then you're choosing abundance, which is abundance says, I want to buy this thing not because of the price tag of what I have to pay, but I'm choosing this because of what I can get in value.
mm,
So when you were saying about, like, I don't feel like I need to let either of them go, for me it's like, well, I don't think that this is a question of what you would need. I think that this is more of a question of what would you want.
yeah. Yeah. I genuinely don't want to let either of them go. I want to keep them. I want to be that crazy person who has 2 Instagrams and 2 TikToks and two different, even, it's almost like 2 different aspects of my character as well, get to be showcased on each side of that, because they are quite different personas in a way, but they're both very much me.
I get that. I get that. And it's like you don't want to put yourself into a box where you are, only showing up as one version of yourself. You want to have the full expression of the multiple dimensions of your personality. So what I would say to that is, like, okay, let's say, for example, you've got the herbal business that's doing well, you've got the forex trading business that's doing well, and now you're at a point where you have got a little bit more capacity. In a perfect world, if you was to scale this, would you like to scale in a way where you've now got like 20 different dimensions of your personality, because you're no longer just like into herbal stuff. You're no longer just into helping people to wealth, but now you're like into the mother stuff. Now you're into like
Yeah,
also
making my poetry book and all that.
poetry. Like, there's so many different dimensions of your personality now. So when it scales and you have more capacity to put out more content of who you are, would you like to manage like 20, 30 social media accounts? Is that what you would want?
Um, no.
Yeah. So that's another way that it's a good indicator of whether or not it's something that is a want or it's a need. Because if it's something that could be scaled, if at scale it's not something that you would want, it's probably not necessarily a want, it's more of a need.
I mean, flipping that around, say for example, the Forex trading and the herbal medicine business is doing so well that I have an amount of surplus income.
Yeah.
I could hire a VA to just run a whole account of my poetry without me doing anything.
Absolutely. So
that I would want. But to run it myself, absolutely not.
That's the question now. So would you want, even when you're thinking about your outsourcing, would you want it to be that there's like 20 different social media accounts that you hire 20 different VAs to manage all 20? Is that what you want? Or on the other extreme, you could have one social media account and it could be either 20 VAs or 20 staff members doing like 20 jobs on this one social media account.
I mean, at the moment, both of my Instagram accounts post automatically to my personal Facebook.
Yeah.
So my personal Facebook is definitely juggling the two quite well. But from what I have been taught by my mentor, that's kind of a messy thing to do in terms of the algorithm. Like the algorithm likes you to be in a box to a certain extent because then it knows who to push you to.
Okay.
Whereas if like 1 second you're doing poetry, the next minute you're talking about Forex, and then the next minute you're like drinking nettle tea, it's going to be like, who do we give this person to? Like, where do we put her?
Yeah. So I think confusing the algorithm is not the goal. The goal is to give clarity to the algorithm 100%. But I think this is what you've got the confusion within, is that you are not your product and you are not your offer. You're not your business. You are your own person, and you have a strategy that you can take, which is what most amateur business people will do when they go onto social media. Most amateurs are going to bridge the two together, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'm my product. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to like just post content about my product, and like that's it. And if you take that approach, then immediately you become noise in the sea of
that's basically the story of my TikTok, my Forex TikTok at the beginning.
What you just
posted.
That's
exactly what I did. Yeah,
exactly.
Because that's what I was told. Like, stick to the script, be consistent, say this, like use these keywords all the time in every post, and blah blah blah. I don't know if I did it straight away. Actually, at first, I tried to juggle it more in an authentic way, bringing my personality into it. But then I wasn't talking about Forex enough. So then nothing was happening at all. And I was just pouring into this account that was giving me practically zero engagement. And then I went to the repetitively going over the same things. And it kind of became a bit robotic, I guess.
Yeah.
And it became noise. It got lost in the sea of everybody else talking about their thing.
Yeah, and that's essentially what will help you attract your ego, because it's not you. So your ego is your false identity, and if you're putting out somebody that's not you, you're going to attract more people who are either them being fake themselves, or they're being themselves but they don't connect with you because they connect with the false version of who you are. So that's what you'll experience going ahead with that strategy. And maybe the people who are mentoring and coaching you, they don't care whether or not you have an ego tribe or a soul tribe, because all they're focused on, I think this is very prevalent, especially in like the Forex world. It's if you have financial results and success, then you're winning.
Yeah,
But
100%.
the reality is that, well, hang on a second, just because you've got money doesn't mean your life is better. Your life could actually get worse if you've got more money, because you've got more problems, more people to deal with that you don't want to deal with. Money just scales everything that already
Yeah.
exists.
And
So
you don't get like the longevity of your customers. Like so we've recently moved over to a different group with a different trader. And the group that we were with before, the guy that was the founder of it was like, I remember him saying on one of the calls that was just for business leaders, he was like, it's easier to give birth than to resurrect the dead. So
yeah,
if your customers have fallen off, or they're not interested anymore, or they've blown their account so they can't trade, don't bother with them. Like, just keep bringing in that fresh blood kind of thing.
yeah,
And me and my mentor were like massively out of alignment with that attitude, because her personal goal is to help 1,000 families achieve financial freedom before she retires.
yeah.
And like, financially she could retire now, but that's what's driving her, is she wants people who are not easy come easy go, make a bit of money, book your flights to Dubai and then blow your account and we never see you again. It's like she wants people who are going to build long-term wealth and stick with us, which is why now that we've moved, it feels like this new community makes much more sense,
Mhm.
because they seem to be driven by the same values.
Yes. Yeah, this is it. So it could be very parasitical, very predatory in the forex world, because I mean the financial markets themselves are like that, and the community is kind of similar. When you're looking at the forex world, it's not exactly the most compassionate culture that exists, but
Mm,
you may have, like as you said, like some that are better than others in terms of the way that they build community and the values that they uphold, and things like that. So what I tend to find basically with business is that you've got the two extremes. You've got the masculine and the feminine. The masculine, they're going to be really good at being able to prospect and to bring in new blood, and essentially like go out and do the hunting. So at the animalistic level of, when you look at history, this is what men were in the role of doing. They were in the role of just going out and doing the hunting. And they bring in the food for the tribe. Whereas the women, they take the food and they go and make good of the food by turning it into meals, making sure everybody's fed, etc. So what I find in business is that women are a lot better at being what's called an account manager, someone who is actually still going to sell, but more so in relationship way, where you are more concerned with the longevity and sustainability of this new person that's come on board, because you know that like through their success and them being nurtured in the best way possible, like that's how you're going to have the maximum amount of growth. Whereas with men, they're like more, no, short term, let's get the quick result, make them feel hunted, and then that's it. They're like, it's over. So ideally, you want to have like a little bit of a balance of both. You don't want to go extremes on either side, because if you're just going and doing the feminine relationship building, account growing, then you're never going to have anybody to do that with, right? But
yeah.
if you take an approach of doing both, then that's where you come into most balance. So yeah, like what you were basically saying about um, just before, when it comes to the what were you saying just then about um, it was about your forex community. You were saying,
That their values are more aligned with like the long-term growth.
oh, so even before that, I think we were talking about like um, the branding, right? So when you think about the way that you initially went out there and your branding was just enough to bring in that ego tribe, that's fine for the masculine, because all they're concerned about isn't connection and longevity and sustainability. It's actually more about like, can we get customers through the door fast as possible in volume? And that's all we care about. That mindset of the most amount of casual encounters is the best. Whereas the feminine is more about, no, we want longevity. We want to have the full marriage. We want to go all the way. So with the branding, if you want to have that masculine side, then yeah, product push and just put out like anything that will gain customers to come through the door. But if you really want to build that soul tribe, then it's about alignment more than anything. So alignment doesn't come from how a person connects to a product. Alignment comes from how a person connects to another person. And that's why when you put out more of the personal content that is your personal brand, you're going to find that who you attract might not necessarily come as quick, because anything that is ego is usually quick. Anything that's soul is slower. It's like soul food takes a little bit longer to cook. But when you actually eat it, it's usually like got so much love, and it's something of which you can't beat compared to fast food. So your soul food that you put out in your content as well, like it might take a little bit longer to find some of these people because they have to digest it, they have to consume it, they have to go through it. But when they actually do come in, like the length of time that you will have them as clients and customers in your business is going to be so much longer, because there's so much more alignment that you have together with those values, your personal vision, and everything like that. Because as soon as you almost like disidentify with the company that you're affiliated with and that community, and you just become like your own business, your own superstar, your own person, that's when that opens up the most amount of doors and opportunities. Because at the end of the day, like, what will those people want to do if they become your super fans that are in your soul tribe? Well, they'll want to spend as much time with you as they possibly can. Number one, they'll want to gain more access to you. So if you have now got like a community of hundreds of people that are in your community, then they'll want to buy your stuff, because they know that by buying your stuff, like, they'll gain more access, for example. Or if it's not necessarily an access, it could just be they want to be more like you. So they see that you've been through a certain transformation, and logically in their mind, they're just thinking that, well, if I do what she did, which was being most committed, most invested, then I'm going to get similar results to what she got. So I'm not just going to go for the free stuff. I'm going to start buying everything that she's affiliated with and that she offers. So yeah, I think what it really is just being able to separate your business brand, which sounds like it's all been taken care of by your communities, apart from with the herbal stuff. This is fully yourself, isn't it? Like you
Yeah,
develop,
that's just me.
right? So you've got your business brand. That's something you can work on. There's your product brand, right? And you can be showcasing that here and there periodically. But at the end of the day, you never answer this question for me. When you go on social media and you consume content, do you go on social media and feel like you're getting the best experience when somebody is just like pushing out a product to you? Or do you prefer the videos where it's a genuine person who is being real, and that they're sharing something about either themselves or just giving some value? Like, which one do you personally prefer to consume?
Definitely the second one. Like, I can think of a few there were a few people I was thinking of earlier when we were talking, like, that I would happily just watch, because they're so genuine, and they're so
Mm-hmm.
they seem so accessible. And you know,
Yeah,
when you're saying like people just want to hang out with the person,
yeah,
there's people that you can watch and you feel like you're hanging out with them, even though you're not even on a live. You're literally just watching their video. I
exactly.
love that. It's relatable.
Exactly. So if you feel like that, imagine how everybody else feels. Nobody goes on social media because they're thinking, man, I just would love to go and watch some ads today. That's how
Yeah, for real.
that's what people are doing when you put out a video about your product. like you're putting out an ad. Now you might not have a call to action on there, but it's still an advertisement that's doing either brand awareness or it's generating leads. So how I personally view it is that, like, at the end of the day, you can be putting out ads, and you can do that. Like Gary Vaynerchuk has a book that he calls Jab Jab Hook, where you put out like 2 brand building posts and then you put out an ad. But the main essence, and I think we're moving to a culture where like having ads and the way that people buy is not going to be the same as to what it was before. But I think the way that we're moving into this culture now is because of this trust deficit. People will really have to develop a relationship with a personal brand before they trust anything. So, like putting out more and more of the story, the journey, and the truth, the reality of what Catherine's life is like, and giving value around that, like that's going to help you be seen as not only the celebrity to your niche, but also the authority. And when you're seen as that person, this is when your recommendations come with a lot more weight, and people will be like, yeah, I probably want to either jump on a call and listen to whatever she's got to say and do whatever she tells me to do, or I want to just buy it straight up without even jumping on a call with her. So when you think about making that personal brand, it's nothing to do with the values of the product or the values of the business, but it's everything to do with your personal values, your vision, your mission, because you are your own separate entity. Now, how the algorithm will work in your favor at that point is it will no longer bring people who are just aligned with the values of the business or aligned with the values of the product, but they'll bring you people who align with your personal values, your personal mission, vision, and your unique identity. And then once you've got people who are just like you coming to you, don't you think that they're also going to simultaneously be aligned to the business values and also the product values because they're just like you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like when you look at the best marketing and the best marketing in the world, there's a really good book. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's called Start With Why. And what it essentially teaches in that book is about how people don't buy what the product is. They don't buy what the business is, but they buy why. They buy the why first. They buy like what it does for them. Why is this going to be valuable? Great example of that is like if you ever look at the advertisement that Steve Jobs put out as like the first advertisement that really got Macintosh and Apple on the market, was an advertisement where he didn't even show the product. At the end of the advertisement, he showed the logo of Apple, but the advertisement was just literally like a woman who ran into a cinema that was full of Nazis, and she ran in and threw a hammer at the like a sledgehammer at the cinema screen, and on the cinema screen it was like a dictator that was saying some stuff, and once she threw it at the screen came up for the advertisement saying 1984 doesn't have to be like 1984 with the new Apple Macintosh. Like that was
That's
it. And
wild.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the genius of marketing. They spent millions on that ad campaign. And this is the reason for why, like right now, whenever you ask a person who has an iPhone, why do you like the iPhone better than you like an Android? They can't tell you all the reasons as to why it's better than Android in terms of the features. They don't give you a reason. It's fully emotional.
Yeah, it's tribalism.
Exactly. So that's what great marketers do. Great marketers are not trying to like go into other ponds and push their products into there, like push the bait into other people's ponds. What they're doing is that like they're making a pond first, right? They're actually having a whole separate pond for an identity of people. So Apple did it with the rebels and the creators, created this pond for these people, this little space. And then once they had total ownership of this pond, then it was like, okay, you guys, we're giving you all this value, but now here's a product. And they all just bought it up.
Yeah, I like
So
that idea.
yeah, so essentially what I'm hearing is that you've got the great business brand already and your product brands. And by the way, your product brands, you don't have to have two. You could have thousands if you want, but they mainly want to be a reflection of your personal brand. So it all makes sense. So you've got your product brand, you've got your business brand, and then you also got your personal brand. And for me personally, after speaking with you, we've had quite a number of conversations now, and I see what you're most passionate about, what lights you up more than anything. Honestly, I think the Mother Circle as your personal brand, that would be the best thing to lean into. Because at the end of the day, mothers just like you, they're still into health, they're still into making money.
Yeah,
but
for real.
yeah, but what they're most passionate about speaking about is their kids.
Yeah, I need to. Well, I want to share more of day to day, because this is the thing. The vision that I had for my TikTok, especially for the herbal brand, was literally just like, excuse me, this cough. There's so much of, even just within, I don't know, the last 6 months. Like, if I could, even the last 3 months, if I could run back at high speed, with a limitless brain and pick out snippets of our life, there's so much content there that is of value. Even just the way I make porridge with beetroot and pumpkin seeds and sunflower. We do that shit all the time. And people would love that recipe. People I've given that recipe to are like, wow, that's so different. I made it. It's really nice. But at the moment, I'm only giving it to herbal med clients who I feel like would benefit from it. And I'm like, that could just a picture of literally setting up a tripod, throwing all of those things in the blender and filming it as the beetroot makes it all turn red. That could be a 7-second clip with a recipe. And there's just so much potential. And actually, when I build a habit around it, it's going to be so effortless. We made pancakes with acorns. That's not going to be effortless because that's a really long process. I harvested them before I even really knew how to do it, and it's actually long. But I'm still going to make a reel about it because it's just really cool that we picked up a load of acorns and ended up turning them into pancakes. We did that. It was just part of life that week or that day. So yeah, once, and also the most conversion I got, not actual conversion of customers, because I can't remember exactly who came to me off the basis of that reel, but the most interaction I had with regards to Forex was when I posted something on my Instagram that was just a reel telling the story of when I made my first withdrawal for the first time ever as a trader, and how I had just been living hand to mouth at that time. And then I suddenly had an extra £450 in my bank account. And I couldn't even bring myself to spend it for the first couple of days. I just was opening my online banking and then closing it again. And then it took 3 days for me to integrate, wow, I actually have extra cash. I can take the boys into town and I can buy them a few things from H&M. And then I'm walking around town and I'm like, oh, it's getting late. I'm going to have to go home and cook. And then realizing, hold on a second. No, I don't. I can take the boys to Nando's. And that's a true story. I managed to tell it in just under 3 minutes because that was the day that I found out that reels under 3 minutes don't get shared as widely. They only get shared to your existing audience. So I managed to edit it down, get it to nice and just about concise enough. And it was really, really well received because again, like you say, it was just honest. It was my story. It was a something that people can really relate to. And I ended it by saying there was no call to action, but well, I'm just making some tea because I don't know how I keep getting these frogs in my throat. But there was no call to action. But what I said at the end was, if I can help even one mum feel how I felt that day and have that little bit of weight taken off my shoulders by a bit of extra cash, then everything is worth it.
There you go. There you go. That's like selling the why, not the what, not the how.
Yeah.
Just yeah. And that's what gets people to move. That's what inspires people to take action, not the quality of like what your call to action says, but how much does this actually, because here's the way that I look at it is ultimately what you want as a measurement of whether or not your message is truly something of which is like landing for your customer base. Would your customers or clients that are coming through continue to not just be people that will buy a product, but will they become evangelists? Will they start spreading your message based off of how you've influenced them? As soon as they become evangelists, like that's how you know that you've put out a message that has moved the masses. So, like when I use the political example of how they simplify things and people will become evangelists of the political campaigns. And for me, it's crazy because they don't get anything from it. But there are lots of companies out there, affiliate marketing companies, network marketing companies, where just because of how much like people are bought into the vision and the mission, like people will then become evangelists. Now, for many, many years, we've seen this with not even companies, but we've seen it with religions. Like religions do this really, really well, where they're able to make a message so simple, like get to heaven. That's the mission. And people become evangelists. Like that's where the word has actually come from. So if you look at that like as the main metric as to whether or not your content is doing well, then you're not going to look at the likes, you're not going to look at the comments, you're going to look at the shares. How many people are actually sharing what you're putting out there? That's what will show the real resonance. And if you're getting a lot of shares, then you're doing great. That's if you're getting a lot of referrals from customers, then you know that again, like people are emotionally connected to whatever is the big why that you have communicated.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've definitely already seen it in action. As little as I have shared of my personal life, it's already just so abundantly clear that that's where it is, like that's where the connection comes from.
Yeah.
And I know that because I've experienced it with spoken word, but it's like applying that same I guess, I don't know what you would even call it, like a radical acceptance of myself to
Yeah.
this space.
Yeah. That's the big thing. That's the big thing. It's like, do you have the courage to be disliked? And in the beginning, before you showed up, like I actually spoke a lot about this in terms of what I had to like go through as personal growth in order to start showing up more as someone who was being authentic. Because I don't know if you've heard of the book, The Courage to Be Disliked, but what it says in there is that real freedom is the courage to be disliked. But the thing about having the courage to be disliked is like, how can you have the courage to be disliked? What causes that in a person? Because there are people who, when you look at them, they just literally do not care about other people's opinions whatsoever, and they eat them up and they just love it. And it's almost like this superpower that you can have in this day and age, but that's real freedom. So what causes it is one simple thing, and that is self-love. So if you can really truly love yourself, not just the parts of yourself that you like and that other people like, but the parts of yourself that you don't like and the parts of yourself that other people don't like, if you can love those aspects, then that is the ultimate freedom, of which you can be truly liberated and no longer a slave to other people's opinions, because you're not attached to external validation. You have your own internal validation, and that is what gives you the maximum amount of joy that then becomes contagious and magnetic. And that's the authenticity that is going to allow you to operate from that highest vibration of love. Because, like studies show that love is the highest energy and vibration, but what allows a person to truly express that is authenticity. So I really like I don't know if you've heard of the music artist Joey Badass.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he went on a podcast one time and he was talking about how in his eyes, the most powerful force in the world or the two most powerful forces is music and love. And if you combine them two together, then that's how like you'll really move people somehow. And if you think about it, like it really does make people go wild when one, you put music in the room, and then number two, when there's love combined with it, like people
that's what I was just gonna say. Like when the music is literally like made with love, that's like there's have you heard of an artist called Faisal Salah?
No.
Highly, highly, highly recommend. I used to know him from the open mic days, and this brother would just stand up and sing and just channel something straight off, like, and it would just be the most beautiful thing. He's got an album called what's it called? Yusra, Ysra. And it's all vocals as well. Like all of it is vocals. Like so he'll like he's like, do you know Beardy Man?
Beanie
Who
Man.
has Beardy Man who has like he'll just like beatbox and loop his stuff live, and he'll like make beats off the top of his head in a gig, like from just recording his own voice.
I don't know that guy.
Okay, I would say Faisal is like the Islamic Beardy Man, but because
Right.
he's done it all, like that whole album. He has done some music with instruments, but the majority is, or that album at least, is apart from one track, is just everything is just his voice. And it's really beautiful. And there's a song by Cleo Sol as well called "Know That You Are Loved," and you might be familiar with that one. It's a bit more well known.
Yeah.
Like that song and his album are where I go when I need comfort, because it literally feels like love. Like it just feels like love. It feels like a hug, like a real life hug. It's the closest I could get to a real life hug without hugging someone.
That's beautiful.
Especially if I start singing along and actually bring that vibration into my own body. It's really powerful. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Literally, like when you think about like some of the artists who have been legends of all time, I think the one artist where whenever I travel, I go around the world, And I noticed that this is someone who unanimously is loved by everyone. I don't even think he has a hater from what I've seen. There's so many other artists where I'm like, they have a dark story, something about them that people dislike. This is someone who's just unanimously liked by everyone. And for me, that's Bob Marley. Whenever I go anywhere, people just absolutely love his music and can't say that they don't. They sing his songs and everything like that. Like, he was genuinely that big superstar. But when you look at, again, like the energy that was pouring into it, as well as the music itself, like, it was just love being expressed. Like, that's what the whole movement was about, and it became massive, like, in terms of the impact that it started to have. So I believe, like, when we see that there's a music industry where they're trying to remove the love as much as possible and, like, get us to fight against each other and everything like that, I think that is more so the control system. That's not actually a
Yeah.
representation of human beings
And it's a
truly.
testament to how sensitive we are to frequency and vibration and music as well. Because if it didn't work, they wouldn't do it.
Exactly. So they know this 100%. But every single one of us, I was saying this to Yasmin earlier on, like, we've been gifted with this musical instrument that we can play at any point, that has allowed us to use a mechanism of being able to condense the love that we and the intelligence that comes from divine inspiration, intuition, insights, from these downloads that we can now share with others. And this has been the main medium, just using our voice, being able to play that instrument. But that is one physical tool of leverage that we've been able to utilize throughout history, that's been able to create these movements. Now there's so many more physical tools of leverage. So one of the next ones that came about was amplifying the sound so that more people could hear what was being said through a microphone. So that was like the next thing that came in terms of physical leverage. And people still use that. But if you was to combine the musical instrument of the mouth, then you combine that with a microphone, and you also have someone who is filming the whole thing and pouring it on social media, like, everybody has access to so much leverage right now. But as I was saying to Yasmin earlier on before, like, when we are hearing people come up onto social media, because you don't have to be good, there's just loads of leverage, then people aren't really using this musical instrument the way that it can be utilized the best. Now, poetry is a great way that you can move people, because it's a lot more emotional expression than, like, any other type of literature. And when you think about, like, rap music, rap is just rhythm and poetry. So imagine if you did have that ability to just flow, and your words were poetic, but you were saying it with love. I mean, that is like the perfect recipe for what I would say is the personal brand of the future, where you'll be able to authentically share, like, what's in your heart with your community, so that they're actually inspired to take action and become customers, whatever it is. And we're seeing that so much more with the rise of the influencers who, are actually really great communicators. A lot of them, some of them have that superpower of what they know and what they've achieved. But then the ones that have achieved the least and are getting the best results, it's usually because of the way that they can make it sound for another person. And even look at cultures, in religion, one of the reasons why I believe that Islam is like the fastest growing religion right now is a lot of it based off of the rituals that make duplication a lot more likely to happen. Whereas in Christianity, they don't have these same rituals. So one of the differences between Christianity and Islam is that when you read the Bible, you hear people speak about it, and they'll have a lot of passion, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of, like, um, they give a lot of energy to it. But the difference between the way that the Bible is recited versus the way that the Quran is recited is that the Quran is specifically taught to be recited by every single person in such a way where it's melodic. So it's musical. And they do that because they know that through that vibration and the words that are being expressed, which have come from this higher frequency, that vibration can now be healing to any person that's going to be listening to it. And that is one of the main aspects of the Quran that's like something of which is commonly agreed upon, is that it's a healing device that when you listen to it, like it can, even if you don't know what the Arabic words mean, anybody can feel it in their heart, like, wow, this is healing. And that's when it's converted many people from being atheists or different religions to then becoming Muslims, was they felt it in their heart and they were like, there's something speaking to me here, that's more than just intellectually the reason for why I want to join this thing. So there's lessons that we can learn from all of the biggest movements in the world as to why they've been able to duplicate so well. And I believe right now, like, when we can combine that, the melody, the music, which is like a really strong, powerful force, with that love, then I think Joey Badass is right. Like, that's the perfect killer combination.
Yeah, for sure. So it's 1 minute past midnight.
Yeah, could you see exactly what that is as well? So if you look at it, it's 11111 right now, because the date's 11/11 as well.
Oh, cool.
That's literally what it's saying on my my screen. And yeah, like a bit of time ago as well, like there was like 111s all in my community as well. So I believe that there's some synchronicities that we're seeing over here, and
Yeah.
alignment.
I just realized I missed my niece's birthday because she's 01. She was born 011110 on 1st of November 2010.
Ah, that's a good birthday.
Yeah, really cool birthday. I'll have to shout her tomorrow. See if I can get through to her mum. But yeah.
But yeah, I know it's late, so thanks for joining. Always
Yeah,
better.
thank you. It's been a really powerful conversation. I've got a couple of notes, a couple of things
Yeah,
that I'll come back to.
yeah. I mean, with the implementation of some of this personal branding stuff and being able to fully put yourself out there, raw, authentic, I think this could be like a real massive game changer for the success of both of your businesses, both your products. So
Yeah, God willing, I'm ready.
Awesome.
And yeah, I'm going to wrap up this poem as well.
You have another poem?
I was saying, when I jumped on, I was like, oh, I'm only going to stay on the call till like 10:30 because I've got to write this poem for my friend's wedding by tomorrow.
Right.
But it's only going to be a short one. Like, most of my poetry is quite long, but she's requested like a short and sweet one because it's going to be part of the ceremony. So it's basically almost done.
Nice.
But it's definitely on the to-do list for tonight because the boys are with me all day tomorrow. They don't have nursery, so it's one of those pressure makes diamonds kind of vibes. Like, get it out at the last possible minute before it's needed.
Parkinson's law. That's it. Time will expand for the space that you give it. So don't give huge time slots to stuff. Otherwise, you'll be least productive. So you're doing the right thing.
Oh, that makes so much sense. And I like that so much more than like it being a character flaw. Like waiting for the most possible urgency to actually draw on the inspiration that you need to finish a task. It's something that annoys me about myself, but like it also doesn't because it always works. Like yesterday,
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about the fact that I had absolutely no idea what I was going to write for this poem because I was like, I know she needs it by Tuesday, which means by the end of Monday, it will be written. It's non-negotiable. That's going to happen. So whatever. So yeah.
Yeah. It's strategic efficiency.
Yeah. That definitely feels more kind to myself than how I normally view that trait of mine. So yeah, thank you.
Most welcome. That's what I'm here for.
But yeah, have a great night. And are you on as normal for the rest of the week?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm
I'm
here.
sure I'll be back at some point soon.
Sounds good. And I'm sure I will see you at some point this week. And coming back with some more wins as well. That's what we love to hear.
Yeah, I'll let you know how it all goes. Because the circle is actually going to be Wednesday night. So yeah, I'll try jump on tomorrow if I can actually, because I won't be around Wednesday.
All right. Awesome. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
Cool. Rest well. Peace.
Thank you. Peace, love. Take care. Bye bye.